All right, we'll begin our regular meeting of the Stuart City Commission, January 12th. Mary, would you call the roll?
Mayor Collins,
Here.
Vice Mayor Reed,
Here.
Commissioner Clark,
Here.
Commissioner Giobe,
Here.
Commissioner Rich.
Here.
And our invocation and pledge of allegiance will be Chaplain Ed Skiba.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
Council members, city management, I thank you, and most importantly, the people of Stuart. I thank you for the opportunity to come and share an invocation with you. I've been praying about this and thinking about it. How many people have made resolutions for New Year's? Everybody made, you know, that you're planning to fail. You know that, right? But what I found out is I quit making resolutions. I make decisions now. I decide how my life is going to go this year, Lord willing. And that might be a good idea to think about rather than making resolutions. Let's go before the Lord. Our God and our Father, great creator of the universe, you give us free will to do the things that we see best. And seldom do we stop to find out what you think is best. Help us to change that this year as we welcome this new year, this new opportunity, this new season of growth in Stuart. Help us to listen carefully to what your will is and to carry it forward and carry it out. We know that you can do so much better than we do. Lord, help us to understand that, to humble ourselves, to bring us before you. I ask your blessing on the leadership of this city, that you cover them with your Holy Spirit, give them wisdom, direction, and understanding to do the things you'll have done to make us prosperous and to glorify your name. In Jesus' precious name I pray. Amen. Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is behind me here.
That's behind you. I'm so used to going that way.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And for our arts moment, Treasure Coast Community Singers Ensemble.
This is the smaller group of 3 different choirs that make up the Treasure Coast Community Singers. We've been in the community for 23 years, creating music for the community, keeping people singing. If you like to sing, be part of this organization. If you like to hear singing, come and attend concerts. tccsingers.org.
take a picture and do a thing. Oh, come back. Yeah, go on.
Absolutely.
Wow.
The mayor will come down and present you with the certificate.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jewett.
The two little ladies in the front didn't get in the picture.
They're-
Can we just have them go on the side of you?
Oh, they wanted to get more pictures.
Well, there were two people that weren't in the picture. I advocate for short people.
They're going to rehearsal.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jewett.
And then for our proclamations, we have Martin Luther King Day, Ms. Nina Dooley.
I don't think she's here yet.
I don't see her.
Maybe we'll hold it until she
Hold
comes.
it off for
We'll
later,
see.
okay? So let's go to service awards. Ben.
She didn't think it was a 5 o'clock.
All right, the first service award I have, I've put them in order of service. I've got Lou Hatton with 5 years. Where's Lou?
He's out here. Chris,
Thank you, Lois.
Chris, did you want?
Yes.
All right. Not attending tonight, but with 5 years of service is Matthew Hunt. If you're watching, Matthew, thank you. Awesome. Also not in attendance, but with 10 years of service is David Van Brussel, Utilities and Engineering. David. Good job. Okay. 25 years of service. It's amazing that somebody could work that long for the city. No, I'm just kidding. Alex Genosi.
Speech.
You have to have something to say after 25
Here's
years.
a written. Yeah, that's right. Here's a written speech.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank everyone at the city for this award. I also want to thank all my chiefs for their leadership over the last 25 years. To my fellow firefighters, thank you. To my family, thank you for being my rock.
Okay. With 30 years of service, George Summer. And finally, also with 30 years of service fire rescue, David Lawson.
Speech, speech, speech.
30 years is a long time, but believe me, it goes by quickly. I can still remember my first 911 call, and it seems like it was just last week. It's been a fun ride. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're the man. Did Nina arrive yet?
No.
All right, we'll save it for the end, maybe.
All right, if she comes, if not, we'll just give it to
You'll give me a heads up if you see her
Okay.
pop in. Okay.
Thanks.
Comments oh no, wait, forgive me, presentations. Cleveland Clinic Stroke Champion Awards in recognition of City of Stuart fire medics. Who's presenting?
Is it on here?
Fantastic.
Right. Somebody has my slides. I'm not sure where they're popping up, but. Where do I see them? Ah, okay. I don't need to see them as long as everybody here in the audience can. While he's getting going, I'll introduce myself. My name is Whitney Mayberry. I'm a stroke neurologist at Cleveland Clinic, Martin Health.
We
So,
can't hear you.
Could you pull the microphone closer,
Closer?
please? Thank you.
this better? Okay. My name is Whitney Mayberry. I'm a stroke neurologist at Cleveland Clinic, Martin Health. I wanted to start just by thanking you for having me here today, but I also wanted to start by thanking our first responders here in the audience. I know the holidays have passed, and that's a time when we have a lot of time to spend with our families, but also there's some of us that are working. And so thank you for doing what you do, and appreciate that. I'm going to keep my part short and sweet because it's not the reason that we're here today, but I would like to talk a little bit about our stroke program at Cleveland Clinic, just to give the audience an idea of where we are and where we're headed. So, let me get going. There we go. So our goal at Cleveland Clinic with our stroke program is to really be able to provide global world-class stroke care to our patients. To that end, we are continuously working to improve and adapt our stroke system of care. A crucial non-negotiable part of our stroke care is the providers that we have caring for our patients day in and day out. I wanted to talk about a couple of those providers here today. So Dr. Jeffrey Miller, he's the surgeon who is our endovascular surgeon in short term. This is the person who goes in and physically removes a blood clot from a patient's brain when they're having a stroke. So Dr. Jeffrey Miller has been practicing as a neurosurgeon since the year 2006. And to give the audience some perspective, the first device that we utilized to pull the clots out was actually FDA approved in the United States in 2004. So Dr. Miller has been practicing for about as long as this procedure has been a procedure here in the United States, and that's the kind of provider that we have at Cleveland Clinic. I'll talk a little bit about our hospitals. Many in the community are familiar, but our Comprehensive Stroke Center and our Neuroscience Institute is located at Tradition Hospital. And then we have our primary stroke centers at North Hospital and South Hospital. All of our hospitals are Joint Commission certified. That involves kind of rigorous standards for our stroke care and the stroke care that we can provide our patients. We are able to provide clot lysis in terms of the initial stroke treatment at both North and South Hospital. And then for those that require surgical intervention, we transition them to Tradition Hospital, which is relevant for the reason that we're here today and the award that we're going to provide. With the help of our first responders in the community, we have provided stroke care in 2025 for well over 1,000 stroke patients here in the community. A little bit of discussion surrounding our capabilities. We do have experts treating and managing almost all aspects of cerebrovascular care. We manage stroke patients that come in and out, and more complex patients that require several surgical procedures in order to manage their conditions. Another example of a provider that we have working with us at Cleveland Clinic is Dr. Mauricio Mandel. Dr. Mandel is able to operate on blood vessel aneurysms through the eyelid, and I would challenge anybody here in the audience to find the surgical scar from his procedures post-operatively. He is the only provider performing that surgery here in Florida. We have numerous honors and accreditations, but I want to mention that, of course, the care for our stroke patients occurs and starts in the community with our first responders. Stroke recognition and fast transport to our hospitals is particularly important as time is of the essence in the management of our stroke care, and again, part of the reason that we're here presenting the award today. We offer quite a few research opportunities. We don't move the needle forward in medical care without providing research to our patients. This gives patients the opportunity to participate in care they wouldn't able to wouldn't be able to receive as standard of care. One of our recent successes has been the implantable devices that we've heard a lot about on the news. For example, it's now FDA approved, but we do have many patients that suffer from continued disability with their limbs in terms of buttoning their jackets, zipping, writing, and we now have implantable devices that can improve the ability for them to move their limbs up to 6 months, a year, several years out after they've experienced a stroke. Most importantly for this meeting and for the Cleveland Clinic in general is our community outreach and education. We love to talk with the community members regarding stroke prevention. Of course, the best treatment for a stroke is not to have one. So we like to speak with community members about blood pressure control, blood sugar control, and educate people before these diseases progress in life. So if there's any opportunities that you would like to suggest to our team, please don't hesitate to reach out. And just some examples of the community education that we've done this year. And with that, I'd like to pass the microphone off to our stroke managers and emergency department manager to present the award.
Hello, I'm Debbie Breyer. I'm the stroke program manager at Cleveland Clinic Tradition Hospital. I'm going to go ahead and call up the EMS caregivers that helped us that day. Joseph, George, Dave, and Barbara. You guys just, when you get your sheet, just stand up there. I'm going to read, and then Lucy's going to read her nomination. So we nominated these caregivers for what we call a Stroke Brain Pin Award. It's a award we have for any caregiver that helps us with a stroke patient, takes stroke patients to facilities, our internal caregivers. So the letter says, congratulations, you've been nominated by Cleveland Clinic Martin Health to receive the Stroke Champion Award. Every day, our caregivers, physicians, community partners, and volunteers perform many different tasks, but share a common goal: to provide peace of mind through exceptional, personalized, compassionate care always. Our goal is to help our colleagues know that they each play an important role in making a difference for each other and those we serve. Cleveland Clinic Martin Health likes to recognize caregivers who exemplify our commitment to stroke care. Each month, the stroke leadership team, in partnership with the clinical leaders of Cleveland Clinic Martin Health, explores reports of exemplary intervention by a caregiver or team in relationship to our stroke program. Our Stroke Champion Award acknowledges and encourages the development of a culture of safety and makes patient safety and quality a top priority for our organization. And now I'm going to introduce Lucy. She's our emergency department manager at Cleveland Clinic North Hospital.
Like she said, I'm Lucy. I'm the nurse manager at North, and I would like to nominate the Stuart Fire Rescue to receive the Stroke Champion Award for their outstanding collaboration and rapid response. Upon learning that the North ED department required immediate transport of a biplane patient to Tradition Hospital, Stuart Fire Rescue team did not hesitate to assist. Although they were in the process of dropping off another patient, they immediately transitioned their rescue unit and prepared for transfer. Their swift action and willingness to ensure that the patient arrived to interventional radiology for the thrombectomy procedure within 1 hour of the initial alert call. This level of teamwork, professionalism, and dedication to patient outcome exemplifies the values of clinical excellence and partnership that the Brain Pin represents. Thank you so much for your help that day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I just want to let the team know, we do send out outcome flyers to your chief, but this patient did exceptionally well after her stroke. She was able to be discharged to an acute rehab and then discharged home to her family,
job, guys.
where she's doing well. Yes.
And we have a picture with you and Chief. Where's Chief Feliciano and Mayor? Chief. Mayor.
There's a lot of bodies up there.
Mayor, oh, that's fine.
Group photo. Get close. Yeah, I think you need to compact it.
Dave? We're good, we're good, we're good. Thank you. Thank you, thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Cleveland Clinic and officers, responders.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Larson. Good job. That's nice. Comments.
I know we can all say that we feel like we're in very good hands in the city of Stuart. We have incredible men and women taking care of us.
Thank you.
Comments by city commissioners. Before we get into this, I wanted to offer up something. I know that our current interim manager would do anything we asked of him. We put him in quite a position as he was working remotely at the time that we called on him to take this role. And it's no easy task. You know, he was part-time up in Alabama, actually, not part-time, remote. And he's had to be here a lot more than he previously was, under a lot of demand, doing multiple jobs. So first, I want to thank him for what he's been doing here. And secondly, I wanted to offer up in the second half, you know, he's been here doing this for a couple months. We're going into another couple of months during this hiring process that we'll be finalizing tonight. And I spoke with Roz, who everybody knows is our HR director, about potentially taking that pressure off of our current interim manager and filling in for him. And she was more than willing to do that and capable. After she's got a 2-week period where she's training, but I wanted to offer up to all of you for consideration having her take over for Lewis in that period while we're hiring. If there were some thoughts from the other commissioners, in talking to Lee, our city attorney, before this meeting, procedurally, if that's something we were interested in, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea anyway to have it be agenda'd, so there could be public comment, as not to, you know, have the appearance of not having due process. But I wanted to offer that up. I see the manager has a comment, and then I'd like to hear any comments from you before we get into commissioner comments on that.
I would just like to say, Mayor, obviously, I've said it many times, I serve the commission at your pleasure, and it is a...
She's here.
It's a pretty difficult job. It's a lot of task. And so it's always been my position that it's a temporary gig anyway.
Yes.
And so I would just think if the mayor or any of the 5 commissioners has an idea that this, you know, that I should be relieved or let off the merry-go-round for a minute, let someone else take a spin around, I support that 100%. I don't know that there needs to be some kind of action or something. I would happily relinquish the reins to Roz, who's more than competent to take over. And I think you mentioned 2 weeks. I mean, obviously, I would assist in the transition, of course.
And speaking to her, if that was the will of the commission, it would be effective Monday, the 26th, so she would step in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I support that move 100%, Mayor. So, I mean, no qualms from me.
Are there any comments from other commissioners along this lines?
So this would be, Roz would be replacing the interim? Okay,
Yes.
not just a,
Your mic.
oh, sorry. Roz would be replacing Jolie at this point. I thought, when you first started, I thought it was to give him a little space. And if Roz is willing to do that, hopefully we will fill the position quickly, and then everyone can get back to their regular job.
That's right.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
And this has nothing to do with Jolie's performance.
No, not at all.
Because I've had great interactions with him so far. We've actually solved a bit of stuff. And you've spoke to Roz. Is Roz here?
She's not here tonight. She's actually in training, but I have spoken to her.
She told me she's on her way. She plans to be here for the city manager agenda item
Later in the agenda.
later in the evening.
But in my conversation with her, she was more than willing to do it and was honored that, you know, to be even considered.
So do you want to talk about it when she's here then? I don't know what would be more appropriate,
Yeah.
just to ask her.
I'm pretty sure Roz is agreeable to it. I mean, I think if she told the mayor she's agreeable, I don't need to hear it from her directly. And, to that, those problems that we solved, those aren't going to get dropped. I'm not going to just say, hey, forget it. So we'll have to transition some of the meetings.
Yeah, now if we do that, because I know we're coming into mid-year budget stuff as well, so I would imagine that would help you, so you're not overwhelmed.
Right, we would be kicking off the normal budget process very shortly here. So yes, that would assist with that. And as I said, I certainly, I would make sure Roz is successful. That was the whole point of me doing this in the first place, was to make sure the city remained successful, that there was a continuity of performance and service and everything. And so whatever Roz needs to be successful at the job, I certainly would just go back to a support mechanism for her. So
I'm not opposed to it, and I'm sure a lot of department heads have probably helped Joe Lee while he's been in the position. It's a team effort.
absolutely,
Yeah, it's-
the department heads have been stepping in. So
I don't know what the other board members have to say, but that's all I have to say on it.
Okay.
Commissioner Joby?
Okay. I just want to state, too, that it has been an extreme professional interaction with Jolie. You've been great. I want to thank you, and hopefully this will help you as we come to the semi-budget situation. But you have been beyond help to the commissioners, the staff, the department heads, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Rich, you had your light on?
Mr. Interim City Manager, did you initiate this request?
no, sir, I did not, but I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not the kind of person to cry uncle. I have an 18-inch neck.
Because
So-
you've never expressed to me that you're dissatisfied or overwhelmed by the position. So
Oh.
I'm surprised this is coming up so suddenly.
No, sir, I would never complain about the work. We have several firefighters in here tonight who had 25 and 30 years of service. I'm in 31, so I don't complain. And I'm happy to serve, and if it's the will of the commission, and like I said, if even one commissioner wants to go in a different direction, I would only do this with the absolute unanimous support of everyone. And I think it's good. We've had a lot of talks about succession planning, and so there aren't a lot of opportunities for someone to sit in the seat. So I think it's good to spread the love around a little bit, and if you can call it that. It's to spread the love around a little bit. I'm not opposed to that.
Are you willing to continue to serve in this position as interim city manager?
I think he'd do whatever we asked him to.
Of course, I would do anything he asked. But,
I understand
I'll
he
certainly do
works
it
at our direction. I'm asking
Oh.
if he's willing to continue to serve in the position.
From what I just heard, I'm willing to see Roz through the transition over the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Lee, how would you like us to proceed? Would you like us to have an item agenda so that there's public comment?
Last time when we appointed him, we didn't have a lot of time, and we did it without a resolution and notice. But I think it's a good practice to do it with notice and a resolution. But I mean, it could be minimal and an easier transition, and we can put something on the next agenda on it.
Perfect.
And then Roz would be here then, and they could switch seats, and he could resume his normal duties as director, and Roz can then step up. We might have to have a resolution with Roz. So with regards to Mr. Bognoli, we had done it.
Really good.
We had done it, we had appointed him without resolution, but then we did the acting in higher capacity via resolution and increased his pay by 10%. I will say, working next to him, he was here many hours, so I don't know that even 10% that so, and Roz is going to be under the same gun, so.
So maybe a good idea to have those two resolutions
Right.
on the agenda.
Oh, we can be one resolution, but we can do the acting in higher capacity for.
Perfect.
Just kill both two
Right.
birds with one stone. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
All right, then moving on to comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Rich,
I have no comments this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Giobbi.
Well, good evening, everyone. Always great to see you here, and this is our first meeting of 2026, and I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year to you and your families, and as always, we appreciate you're here and those who are online. I wanted to just make a note, too, that Martin Arts Fest, you'll start seeing circulars and whatnot, they are having their annual Art Fest for 2026 on February 7th and 8th. That's Saturday and Sunday of that weekend. They always need volunteers. I'll be volunteering, but maybe some people in the... It's a great, great fest. They have musicians. They have artists. It's just really good. I hope everyone comes, even to just stop by and say hi. And if those of you who have time would like to, would volunteer, that would be great. You can actually just go to the artsfeststuart.org, and there'll be information there for the event itself and if you'd like to volunteer. I'd like to say something about, we're actually in our last quarter of 2025. We approved the 2026 budget. Thank you, Jolie. And with that, I kind of struggled with, how do we get this information out to the public? We keep having more and more availability internet-wise, things that we can do to get out to more people. And actually, I want to thank our environmental attorney, Ruth, because I was discussing it, and she said she had a great idea, and I love it. Thank you, Ruth. And it is to do vignettes. Let the city residents get to see the people who work here. We give out awards. They're here 20 years. They're here 30 years. They do a great job. I think it would be a nice personal, if they're interviewed, if they just do a little, those that are comfortable to do it without being interviewed, so that everyone could get a chance to see what our fire department does, what our paramedics do, what our engineering department. Start to see those people as your city employees, the people that you know. And I think it would be a great idea. We have the ability to do it. We have a lot of talented people in this building and the other building. So I would like to hopefully have our other commissioners maybe discuss that so we could, move forward with that. Jolie, I don't know how you really proceed. Would it be a motion to do a discussion and deliberation on the next meeting, or something we can discuss now?
I would say, Commissioner, given that, unless I see a bunch of heads nodding no, I would say this is direction to staff we have some of the equipment to do these kind of podcast type things and streaming stuff. So, I think I've seen some other governments that have done these kind of informational videos, like where does your tax dollars go, explain how your water bill, how to read your water bill, how to read your tax bill. I would do that. I'd also say that it should be in tandem with like a revamp of the city website. That may be some dollars, and I would like to research that issue and come back with an item possibly to appropriate funds for that as an effort to kind of, I think it's this digital age. We should probably try to get, more involved in that. And so the city has a Facebook page. We have our website we're required to have. I'd like to see
equipment, yeah.
We have the equipment, so yeah, unless there's an opposition, I would direct staff to start working on executing that vision.
Right. And I like the idea in tandem with, it would be a time to update our system and utilize it to its best availability. So if the other commissioners are in agreement, we can ask you to at least go out and get a quote as to what that would cost.
Yeah, as I said, the in-house equipment for the video setups and everything, that we've got.
We have.
I think we might need some plugins to make the website, talk to our Facebook better, things like that. So anything that requires money, I will bring back to the commission as an agenda item. Okay.
Thank you, Jolie. And again, how our other commissioners feel about this.
Do you have a comment about that?
I did.
Go for it.
My comment would be for anyone familiar with the Martin County CARES program. I personally did it. I don't know if that would be more appropriate to do. It's like a 5-week program.
I've done it also.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I always liked that program.
It is, and it
Because
basically
then you get to come in. Yeah, if you had like 20 participants, they come in, they get to travel around and learn all about the government.
Historically, Commissioner, the city did do some initiatives like that where we had basically a boot camp, so to speak, and citizens were taken around and shown some stuff and went through departments and toured the water plant, saw some of that operation. That was just an initiative that came and went back in the past. If we wanted to kick something off like that again, that would be direction to staff.
Yeah, that requires, that's quite organized, that Martin Cares. Even if we did it at a lower level, that requires pulling people from their jobs to do that for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. This would be just an interview to be able to talk to people, get to see them on the, on the airways.
Unless you want them to like meet specific people, which is is that what it sounds like? Like you want, like.
Well, just
you
to
wanna
give
have
everyone.
a biography on them, on like
No,
what they
no,
do,
just
who they
just
are?
to get a feel. I mean, I don't know. I've gotten to know like the people who do the garbage. I mean, just because when they come to my complex, I say hi. They've gotten to know that I'm the commissioner. So I think it's really good when you get to see people, not just their face when you pull up an email and you're sending them something or they send it back to you. This is more personal. This is like how we all go on social media. We get to see other people, how they react. I think it's just a good little introduction to who the people are that work in the city and what they do for us.
Like I know in the past, like during government week, like kind of like that. Is that what it would be pertaining to, Jolie?
Yes, sir. In the past, we've coincided with Government Week to try and do these immersion classes where the citizens can dig in and see kind of how the government works.
They put like videos out where they're interviewed.
Well, I don't think we did videos afterwards. This was a little while before you were born, Commissioner. But no, at some point, yes, I think we would make that in tandem this time, and do something like that. I think Commissioner Giobbe commented a second ago. That would require a little more coordination than just doing a podcast with Commissioner Reed and let us know what you feel about something. So yeah, but if you're directing staff to do that, I'll certainly get the horses started on it. Okay.
I mean, I support it if that's what you want.
Oh, but thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner Clark?
Are you done with your comments?
I'm done. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks. I'll start my comments off by saying again, Happy New Year to everyone. And a special thanks to all of our first responders, police, fire, everybody, and all the things that Mr. Leggett and his staff does. I mean, we're one family here at the city, and I did make any comments during the suggestion about Roz, but having our personnel director and with her intimate knowledge of the city, it's going to be interesting. So I think that I'm hoping that it'll work well together with that. And this is probably my 5th or 6th time with Jolie, and has never been anything uninteresting on the merry-go-round. It has always been something when Jolie's in charge. I think people just pick the time to put Jolie in charge when they know that everything is going to go haywire.
I think 5 hours after you appointed me, we had a water break or a sewer spill, and so it just comes with me. That's all.
Thanks.
But you handled it as always.
Yeah. Continuing with that idea, when David Dice was our city manager, we've had vignettes. I don't know if Ms. Girton can find all those vignettes. We had all the departments. We have a lot of things, and we've circulated them before. They're available if you want to keep putting them up on the site. I think between Ms. Girton and Jim Kralski, they can find them, and they can rerun them on the city website again. But they're all there. We had with the environment, when Commissioner Bruno was on, we had a whole bunch of people doing a lot of things about the environment and doing things with the putting the shells in the water and doing the oyster rebuilding and just a lot of things. So there's some vignettes around, so we can just use those, and then we can start with the updated departments. But we've done it before, and we have lots of vignettes.
Right, but they obviously had direction. You were doing, the water.
Well, the city manager was
Right.
doing those. All the departments, utilities, fire, they have all introduced themselves and their staff, and we can always update those. I have no problem with that. So, but we do have lots of vignettes. Ms. Girton or whoever is in charge of the website, they can probably recycle them and put some up until we get things adjusted. Tomorrow I have a meeting with the mayor. I think all of when I was mayor, I set these meetings both at the beginning and at the end, an exit interview as well as a beginning interview, to just let people set their goals, set some ideas, find out what the person who's running the meetings, because that's the job of the mayor, to run the meetings, to sign the checks and to sign the proclamation and do those things that the mayor does. And so I'll be meeting with the mayor tomorrow at 2 o'clock to hear his ideas and to give my ideas and my meeting, and I think all the meetings that are set with all of us as commissioners, they're open to the public. So if you want to come and listen to myself and the mayor tomorrow, we're going to be here, Mary, in this room?
Yes, it begins at 1 o'clock with Commissioner Giobi, 2 o'clock with Commissioner Clark, 3 o'clock with Commissioner Rich, and 4 o'clock with Vice Mayor Reed.
Okay, thank you. And that's it. I just had somebody call me, or actually showed me on Monterey Road, which is County Road 714, County Road, and all the roads they complained about, they were all county or state roads, but they were complaining about striping, that they needed to be, the yellow needs to be more brighter, and the white needs to be brighter, and that there's potential for accidents, but those are all county roads, and I just, I'm sure that Mr. Leggett does a good job when we have to stripe our areas or do our sidewalks. But I just want to let you know that people have complained simply because these roads are in the city of Stuart, but they're maintained by other entities. Thank you.
As long as they know.
Vice Mayor?
Yes. I just want to say, for me to be able to sit in this chair, I love it. I really do. I love sitting up here, coming to my meetings, doing the research for the public. It puts a smile on my face. I wish Chief Z was here. I actually wanted to thank him for the policy, and I'm sure the parents at Redeemer appreciate him. Thank you, Jolie, as well, for updating us, for the SRO program for the officer that's over there. I also want to mention I won't be at the MLK parade. I actually have to work that day, so I won't be here in Martin County. And I also want to talk about the fire rescue stuff. So, and this isn't me throwing anyone under the bus from the city. So we got an email from Jolie on Friday, and from what I understand, Martin County wants to meet with the city of Stuart regarding an interlocal agreement that we have with them and a mutual aid. And from what I understand, there's a mutual aid and there's an interlocal agreement. As far as the interlocal agreement, I don't think municipalities should be charging one another when it comes to like life-saving for the public. I don't understand why we bill Martin County or Martin County bills the city of Stuart. We're all taxpayers that live in the city for the county as well for fire rescue. It was something about the discussion regarding the cost if Martin County took over the city of Stuart Fire Rescue. And from a millage perspective, yes, the millage rate, from what I understand, would be higher for the ad valorem that we generate in the city of Stuart. But as far as operational costs, Martin County operates at a higher budget per station, per personnel than the city of Stuart. They have more steps in their program. Even when you offer a starting level salary of the city versus the county, it's much higher. So I don't see how it'd be a tax savings for the city residents. We also have an ISO rating of 1 in the city of Stuart. From what I understand, Martin County has a 2 or a 3. I've gotten different answers depending on who I've spoken to. So that would cost taxpayers more on their insurance as well. How much, I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, while I'm here, the city of Stuart's going to have their own department, and Martin County can have their own department. And as far as any discussion, I know the word transparency gets thrown out a lot, but if Martin County is going to invite the city of Stuart to have a discussion regarding this, I think it should be public. That's my opinion. If they want to discuss who's going to show up when I pick up 911, regardless of where I live, and I don't know if Jolie can answer this, but if we took Station 3, for example, or Vince maybe can answer this. If we have Station 3, and there's a 911 call that comes in for someone that lives in Pinecrest Lakes off Gents Beach Boulevard, who's going to respond? Station 16, 18, 21, or Station 3 in the city? I'd be curious who's going to respond to that. Because when I call 911, I want the closest station or who's available to show up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little more complicated than that, which is why we need to address this. So we have, in the current ILA, it specifies what call types, who goes where. So the only time we would go to those locations is if it was a highest level. In other words, somebody would already be in cardiac arrest. So That's the way the agreement was signed years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't agree with it. So
So if a child was drowning or they pulled the child from a swimming pool in Pinecrest Lakes, who would respond?
it depends on what the information is that the caller was giving to the dispatchers.
Gotcha.
So it's
And Martin County controls dispatch.
correct,
So Martin County is going to decide who's going to show up.
correct.
Gotcha. So if, like I said, if there's any discussion regarding this, I think it should be public. I'm a taxpayer in the city and the county, and I want to know. And I'd imagine everybody that we represent up here wants to know as well. When you call 911, we spend a god-awful amount of money for fire rescue in this county. And when you call, whoever's available should be showing up, regardless of politics. So I don't know if you need a direction from us, Jolie, on that, or a consensus from this board, but that meeting should be held publicly, and I think we should talk about it.
Would you like a comment from me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and then I have more to say as well.
Oh, thank you. First of all, Commissioner Reed, I don't feel like you threw me under the bus.
Okay.
I knew that that email would be available for public record upon request, so everything in it I stand by. I think in the email I said that this has been not discussed, and there's been no feedback, and that this is simply me trying to alert the commission that with the talk of consolidation again on Facebook a couple weeks ago, and then having, questions around in my office, in meetings, and then also just passing conversations about the size of the fire department or whatever, I just simply said, you need to be on the lookout. This might come up as a topic. I also said it's my speculation, my opinion. I've also received a public records request for any communication I have between myself and, basically, I'll just sum it up, anyone at Martin County. And I can tell you that that record request is going to be fruitless because there's been no communication between Martin County and the city of Stuart concerning the consolidation of fire. None. No one has approached me from Martin County asking about consolidating fire. This was simply about, and I also said in the email, I'm the person who I personally crunched the numbers for 30 years and told Martin County it didn't make sense to consolidate fire because of the cost of our fire department versus what they charge in the MSTU. And so with this last budget session, shortly following that budget session, and for many budget sessions and discussions with union presidents and discussions with multiple fire chiefs and multiple city managers, I've simply said that the cost of fire is reaching a point that will be a discussion item for us. And so I was simply trying to make sure that nothing came out in the news where someone had an interview with the city manager and you didn't know about it, because I've seen what happened to the other guy. So I'm simply informing you of topics, which it's in the job description that the city manager is supposed to keep you informed of what might be a hot topic. Rest assured, and I don't know what my word stands for around here, if there was an official discussion to be had, it would be an agenda item. I am not the kind of person that's going to have backroom deals with the county and set up some kind of migration of the fire department without the fire department. I talked to the union president personally for hours on end on the telephone. Vince is in every meeting with me every week, and these guys who worked 25 and 30 years, I remember him coming in new, because I've been here 31. I saw his employee ID photo where his hair was a different color. So this is not, what I say in the email and in the math is factual. That's all, it's just facts. If the City of Stuart City Commission and the city taxpayers decide they want to continue to provide fire service no matter what the cost is, no matter what the comparisons are, that's the directive from the City Commission and the taxpayers. It's simply my job to keep you informed of these things. And so over the years, the various approaches that we got officially to do this didn't make sense. And I have not been approached officially, no one from Martin County. In fact, some of the emails that they asked me to give them in the public records request, I don't even know what their emails are, and some of the names I don't even know. So, one of my benefits is I'm not in the swamp, I'm not plugged in everywhere. I don't know who all the players are in Martin County. So I couldn't even pick some of these people out in the lineup. So I have not had any communication with Martin County about consolidating fire. I have, as your budget officer and the finance director, told you fire's getting really expensive. Yeah. I was simply doing the same thing again. So any official action between the city and the county will be above board and would be an agenda item for you to discuss.
Okay. So that interlocal agreement, I think, should be discussed publicly then.
The interlocal agreement is a meeting about, that's a different story than fire consolidation. That's about the call, the call exchange and the mutual aid. So, and lots of times they bring up other topics at that meeting.
Okay.
So,
I think that solves it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, on behalf of the fire department administration, we feel that meeting should be in public. The stuff that's said and goes on in there, between bickering about life safety and calls and who's going here and who's going there, we're sick of it.
Yeah. So if that conversation's going to happen, it should be public then.
Yes.
So that's the consensus for me. I don't know how the fellow board members feel.
Normally, it's the chiefs getting together, correct?
Correct. And now attorneys.
So if that meeting is to be a public meeting, how would that come to be?
We can send a letter to
Is
the
that a
county
letter?
and
That
request
I
a
don't know,
meeting.
maybe Lee could chime in, I don't know.
Would that be to the union? Would it be to the Martin County Fire Department?
Sir?
Would it be to the union, to Martin County Fire Department overall?
I mean, it's not subject to sunshine because it's not, public officials are not there. You're not voting on anything. And I just got asked to attend the meeting, I think Friday this week, right? And so, yeah, I think by me appearing at the hearing or this meeting, I'd be, what do you want to discuss? I don't know that any decisions would be made in a private, shut door type of meeting like this. I think, I don't even know what the county wants to talk about. I guess we have some things we want to talk about.
and again, any amendments to the
not that wishes
interlocal
happening
agreement would appear before both commissions.
Right.
Come before us.
To that point, though, that is something that we would have to vote on ultimately.
Yes. Yes.
Why would we not be a party to that meeting? I mean, that's a good point. For it to be a public meeting, for us to, if we should be there, that makes it a public meeting if we're going to vote on it.
And maybe we can finally iron this out.
I think taxpayers should see it. If someone's bargaining my 911 phone call when I call, if I live right across the street from a station and it might be in the county versus the city, that's insane to me. I think whoever can show up, shows up. That's why we pay taxes in this county.
Agreed.
So,
then to Commissioner or Vice Mayor Reed's point, would you like us to motion for a letter to be sent to Martin County and the Martin County Fire Rescue requesting it to be a public meeting where
Would be the commission, the Martin County.
elected officials from both sides are present, along with the fire department and our attorneys, apparently?
Sounds good to me.
Is there any feedback from the rest of the commission?
Yeah, nothing prevents us from asking.
That's right. I'm getting a shake head.
I think
yes
that
from
certainly
Commissioner
those
Chip.
kind of conversations should be public.
Okay, so consensus,
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor?
yeah. And to move on, I'm having a town hall meeting this Wednesday from 5 to 8 p.m. It's on the 10th Street Rec Center. My goal is to try to have one once a quarter and come between City Hall and the 10th Street Rec Center. And it's regarding local government, muni code, and understanding some of these issues that I just mentioned tonight that the public should be aware of. So that's all I have to say. Oh, I also, my goals this year, and I'll discuss some tomorrow probably, but I see Dave here from Poppleton Creek. That's an agenda item that still needs solved. The Hamilton's Church, that's been an ongoing issue. Mr. Leonard's property is an issue, and they're getting worked through. I know Jolie has done a tremendous amount, and Lee has sent emails. So hopefully the discussion is still happening with the Hamiltons, and everything else is moving forward. But that's all I have to say tonight. Thanks.
So I appreciate you bringing up the fire department and, for public consumption, for Rick Sterrell, for the chief over there. If there is any confusion about the leadership at the city now that we're under new management, I want, if they're listening, you to understand, I have zero interest in consolidating our fire department with Martin County. I know this has been a desire for a long time. I'm very proud of our department. I think it is a very unique aspect of the city of Stuart. I trust all of these men and women to protect us, and I would not want to see one of them lose their jobs in that merger. So for what it's worth, if you guys are watching or somebody can forward this to you, I am not interested. So thank you for bringing up the fire department.
Welcome.
Also, along your comments as well, I'd also like to thank Chief Z, our police chief, who I feel like very well navigated some of the concerns from the SROs. So thank you if you're watching, Chief. I really appreciate you working through that and taking care of our residents. So with that, let's do comments by city manager, and then Ms. Dooley has arrived, so we'll do that proclamation right after that, all right?
I've been on the mic a lot tonight. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's do the Martin Luther King Jr. Day proclamation. Lee, do you want to wait a second?
Recognizing Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Day, January 19, 2026. Whereas Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. believed that a person's worth should not be measured by color, culture, or class, but rather by their commitment to creating a better life for all in a beloved community. And whereas Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a visionary whose courage and determination to balance the scales of social justice changed the world forever. And whereas the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day is the only federal holiday designated as a national day of service to encourage all Americans to volunteer to improve their community and to reflect on Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy. And whereas for many years, the city of Stuart has joined with local civic groups throughout Martin County in unity and partnership to honor the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Stuart, Martin County, Florida. Now, therefore, I, Christopher Collins, the mayor of the city of Stuart, do hereby proclaim January 19, 2026 as Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
Nina, did you have a few words? Fantastic.
Thank you guys for inviting me. Thank you to the City Commission for your partnership with ACES for the last 6 years to host this annual and iconic event in the city of Stuart. We've been hosting for, like I said, the last 6 years. We have lots of things planned for this. I think it's the 18th annual now. It's been going on, so there's a lot of things planned, a lot of school performances, a lot of bands participation. The parade starts at 11, Georgia Avenue. The route leads to 10th Street, Guy Davis Sports Complex. I would just like to say, again, thank you to the city, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department and every department that helps in planning this event along with ACES. So thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's get a picture.
Mr. Mayor, you're going to get a
Yes,
picture?
yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say that I really applaud Ms. Dooley for all the things that ACES has done in doing this. This year, I won't be here, just like Vice Mayor Reed. I am from a family where my father came as a contract worker in 1943 in agriculture in Belglade, Florida. And my brother, Dr. Llewellyn Robinson, is going to be a speaker at the Martin Luther King event in Palm Beach County. Nice. And I'm going to go support my family. I've supported and I still support the city of Stuart, but my family needs me, so I will not be here on that day.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I would like to know if Mayor Collins can come out and read the proclamation at
I
the
plan
event.
on being there, Nina.
Okay, nice, nice.
I wasn't going to leave you hanging.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of my favorite little parades. I love
Yes, yes, it is, it is.
Commissioner Clark.
I know, I know. I could rush back up here. It's a breakfast thing.
I'll live stream it.
Yeah. Thank you, Dina, thank you.
Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
And And a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I don't think so, right? So comments from the public on non-agenda items. Do we have any green cards, Mary?
I do.
Okay.
I have Helen McBride.
Miss Helen.
Helen's here.
Your first public comment as mayor is Ms. McBride.
Yes, first public comment.
And the first one of the year. Yes, very
Oh, the
appropriate.
first one of the year.
Beautiful,
Good
Helen.
job, Helen.
All right, Helen.
Helen McBride, Flamingo Avenue. First of all, Happy New Year. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Mike and the employees at the 10th Street Rec Center for having us a wonderful family Christmas dinner. It was super. But I really want to thank you three commissioners. You know, I know the commissioners in County Commissioners School Board. I just know you. But you made such an impression on the people that you commissioners, the three of you, took the time and the trouble to break bread with us. And I said to them, well, I think you'll see a lot more of our commissioners interacting. Of course, Mr. Mayor, you have those 4 young children, and you weren't there. And I also want to thank the Stuart Fire Department Union. They gave out some wonderful gifts, even to the teenagers had gifts. The only ones they ignored were the senior citizens. But, you know, they figured we got one foot in the grave, the other on the banana peel. And Santa Claus took sick, so Sammy the sailfish stepped in, and the young students really, really liked this. And I thought, one more minute, you know, I love to correct history. I want to say, Mrs. Clark, Commissioner Clark, from the Reese's Daycare Center to Monterey Road, to East Ocean Boulevard, is in the city of Stuart.
Oh, this was.
It was a dirt road when I moved here. It was part of the Kruger Flower Farm. And when the Kruger Estate did that road, and that's why people in the county say, why are there left-hand turns? They'll be there because this is the city of Stuart. The airport property to East Ocean Boulevard is the city of Stuart. So if you get stopped, like if you're at the county courthouse or chambers, and something happens, the sheriff's deputy can retain you, but he has to call the police department because it is in the city. Thank you very much, and keep up the good work, you commissioners. They really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ellen, I was out of town, so I couldn't come.
I know I hate to say it, but you're always out of town. But that's okay.
It's holiday.
Thank you, Helen.
Next, I have Luke Latham.
Luke.
Oh, Luke is here.
Good afternoon, Commission. I guess good evening now. Luke Latham of 369 Southeast Sea Hunt Way in Stuart. As you know, I live in the Seaside Townhomes, and I'm a Poppleton Creek Park patron. I just wanted to give you all an update on the Willoughby extension situation. On October 28th of this past year, Maria Formoso and her team from FDOT were gracious enough to hold an information meeting at the Seaside Townhomes. The meeting was attended by 40 individuals, mostly Seaside residents, but also Villa Bella leadership and even a city commissioner. FDOT presented 3 options, as you know. One, going through Alhambra, which will include right-of-way acquisition. The second option, going up Raysway and then around the east perimeter of Poppleton Creek Park. And the third option still remains a no-build. There was near unanimous agreement amongst attendees that no build was the best option. And a very different looking Martin MPO voted to make this a priority project back in 2017. FDOT's just doing their job, and their employees were extremely professional and friendly. However, myself and many others will vehemently agree to disagree on their contention that the project will have no impact on the park. The next big meeting, the public alternative meeting, is scheduled for May of this year. One thing I'm asking of the city now is that once a definitive date is set by FDOT, is that the dog park resodding will not take place leading up to this event. I have received mixed messages as to whether or not official signage from FDOT will be displayed at the park, but rest assured that I will be walking around the park like Paul Revere, letting everyone know the meeting is coming. And that's gonna be hard to do if the dog park's closed for resodding for 2 weeks. In addition, I think you should all be aware of the 172 of your families that will be directly affected the project that have not received mailers about this project. I don't know the legalities of this situation because they are tenants, not owners, but the citizens of Serenity Stuart, formerly the Central Parkway Lofts, deserve to know what is happening directly adjacent to them, particularly since some of them pay a premium for Parkside View. Now let's talk about traffic. Please note that the only intersection in the area that has heavy congestion in both the morning and evening peak hours, as per FDOT, not me, is the intersection of Central Parkway and Canner Highway. This will be only exacerbated by Willoughby Extension, especially considering that there will be 60 families moving into Sailfish Cay in the near future. And there are just, if you haven't noticed, 20 westbound parallel parking spots on the north side of Central Parkway have just been added. Lastly, I'd just like to let you know, and I'll be sending out an email, I have multiple photos from multiple days of federally threatened wood storks on the north wildlife containing canal that's 40 feet wide and 500 feet long that was characterized as a ditch by FDOT. And I'll agree to disagree on that as well. Lastly, if I could have just a few more seconds, I'd like to say thank you. It was brought up at a fall 2025 meeting that an Indian River official couldn't believe that the City of Stuart Commission wasn't listening to their constituents. I'm not sure what alternative universe he or she is living in, but thank you for sticking for your campaign platforms. Thank you for attending the Seaside FDOT meeting.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up, sir.
Thank you for...
Just finish?
That's up to the
Thank you.
mayor.
They were allowed to finish when the city manager was up for debate. Thank you for calling up multiple Seaside residents last summer in response to our email concerns and telling us about the upcoming MPO meeting. And lastly, thank you for not kowtowing to those that look to make a buck off small town Stuart and for standing up against unmitigated growth.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Along those lines, I wanted to ask, personally, I do agree that no build would be the way to go, but I would like for all of us to have a discussion about this, maybe a D&D at the next meeting.
You want an agenda item on the next meeting?
And I would like to know, what exactly we have the authority to do beyond sending a letter to the MPO and FDOT, saying that if it's the consensus that our perspective at this point is no build as an option. But I think it would be good as well to have that agenda to help bring awareness to the public that this is happening. So I would like for a public discussion, public comment, and then ultimately to hear from everybody and what they think and what the options might be.
Beth, with the long-range plan to give us some information?
It's probably not a bad idea to have Beth here. Yeah.
Just as a note, the individuals who had been working that we've established relationships with on this project have now all been reassigned. Just thought we'd have to just make new relationships.
That'll be on the agenda.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Mary?
I have Gary Erler.
My name is Gary Erler. I'm actually a resident of Port Salerno in Martin County. The reason for me being here tonight, first of all, Commissioners, I hold in my hand a copy of a Martin County Innovation Hub report that was done. It was actually accepted by the BOCC July 11th, 2023. When you first look through here, of course, it has the 5 commissioners there. City of Stuart has Dave Dias, Michelle Berger, and Mike Mortell as city manager, city attorney. This report is now, basically it's 3.5 years old. 2 seated members on the MPO. 90% of this, and this started from the MPO, as was previously discussed with FDOT. The Innovation Hub lists a map all the way from Cove Road to the waterfront here in Stuart. That's why I'm here. Transportation, they involve the City of Stuart. Multimodal, they involve the City of Stuart. Utilities involves the City of Stuart. Stormwater involves the City of Stuart. Electrification involves the City of Stuart. Regulations, City of Stuart. Aesthetics, City of Stuart. Opportunity sites, City of Stuart. Martin County Innovation Hub is part of a 15-minute city concept. like I said, north from downtown Stuart to IRSC and Martin South. There's a stormwater master plan management. It involves art and public places. It involves transportation, the business park on Commerce. The reason I bring that up is Commerce is part of the MPOs. They want to redo Commerce and make it all whatever they have, right-of-way, multimodal pass. They want bridges. The city of Stuart continues to annex south of Indian Street into the industrial park all the way down to Dominica Terrace. My words to you are, what is the city on the hook for? What are taxpayers of Martin County on the hook for? What's the city on the hook for? Is the county the one that's deciding this and the city of Stuart stuck with the bill? We know how that's gone. I would like to leave this, since Vice Mayor Reed is an excellent researcher. I would love to give this to him after. If he deems necessary, possibly bring it back to the commission and it'll be further discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Mary?
I have no further public comment, Mayor.
Are there any other public comments on non-agended items? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve, or do I have any items that are to be pulled?
Move approval of the consent agenda item as published.
Second. Okay, seeing a motion and a second. Mary, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Moving on to commission action, item number 10. Lee?
I know the two board members are here.
Resolution number 02-2026, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing a request for support to Congressman Brian Mast, Senator Rick Scott, and Senator Ashley Moody for language related to certain federal water resource projects through the Water Resources Development Act that will improve the water quality and health of the St. Lucie River and estuary, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Ruth?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners. What you have before you, is a resolution with two letters attached to that. I'm asking you for approval to send these letters up to Congressman Brian Mast and Senators Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. Let me tell you about the letters and what they're for. There is a bill that's considered every year by both houses of every other year, by both houses of Congress. It is the Water Resources Development Act. And it's commonly referred to or called by its acronym WRDA, W-R-D-A. It is a direction once that bill is negotiated by both houses and passed. Direction to the Army Corps of Engineers for various infrastructure projects, water infrastructure projects throughout the United States. So it's not just Florida, it's everywhere. And it's to do things like dredging harbors, building infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure. It is also for the purpose of ecological restoration. And as society evolves and we understand more about damaging discharges to estuarine systems, such as the St. Lucie River, St. Lucie Estuary, we realize how much more work needs to be done. Congressman Brian Mast, from this area, obviously everybody knows Congressman Mast. He has been a tireless advocate for the St. Lucie River and cleaning it up and stopping the discharges from Lake Okeechobee. And in one of the letters, the city, if you approve it, recognizes his work and asks him to do more. And we believe that based on past experience with Congressman Mast, he will do more. And what we're asking him to do, and what we're asking the senators, the Florida senators to do, is to look at a couple of projects that what people are saying, they're a little bit stalled out right now because of the funding requirements for the EIA reservoir and STA. And what I think that the city ought to do is use its voice and say, that's great. We definitely appreciate that. It is a project that is needed, but don't forget about muck removal. Don't forget about the C23-24 reservoir. And this is just a tool that you can use to let your congressional delegation know there's more to do, and we know what needs to be done. In addition to stopping the discharges, it's muck removal, and they need to move forward with the C23-24 projects. And that's what these letters do. It is not a funding bill, so there's no appropriation, so it's not like you send this letter and magically things are going to happen and there's going to be muck removal in the St. Lucie River. But it's one step, and it's the first step, and I believe that the city ought to take this step. It is a tool that you can use. It is using your voice in a new forum, and I believe that it's necessary. And I am available for any questions should you have them.
Questions?
Any questions? I'd like to make a motion. Are there any questions?
Is there a second?
I'd like to make a motion to accept Resolution 02-2026.
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Is there any comments? Public comment first. Public comment on item number 10?
I have no public comment.
Okay, comments from commissioners? Yes, sir.
I would just like to applaud Ms. Holmes for taking this step as she's finding her way down this very complicated and complex road. Muck removal is the essential second element of cleaning up this waterway. Obviously, stopping the discharges is paramount, but I give her credit for recognizing how important this is. This is one of the few issues that I get agreement on when I attend the Council of Local Government meetings, because Okeechobee wants to be part of this and understands how important it is. So this can also act as a way of building a coalition, which is going to be required for us to be successful going forward. So I thank you very much for taking this initiative, Ms. Holmes.
That's a great point.
Thank you. Thanks.
I also want to thank Attorney Holmes.
Yes.
We appreciate your knowledge, and you're moving forward on this, and it's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I do the roll call? Or
Yes,
did you
let's
it
do a roll
all
call,
in
Mary.
favor?
Thank you.
Commissioner Rich,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed,
Yes.
Mayor Collins.
Yes. Item 11?
Resolution number 04-2026, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the U.S. Department of Transportation's BUILD grant program for the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard Streetscape Project, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents, authorizing a 20% match towards the project, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Panal?
Thank you. Panal Gandhi, Savdas, CRA Director for the record. This item is just simply asking the board for staff to apply for the BUILD grant for the MLK Streetscape project. It's a federal grant. The cycle just opened in December, and we would like to apply for the Streetscape project. That project is currently a priority project in the CRA plan. Also, it's listed in our CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, for implementation in 2028. The project limit is along Dixie Highway along MLK Boulevard from Dixie Highway to Tarpon Avenue, with additional pedestrian improvements from Tarpon Avenue to Palm Beach Road. This will help provide connectivity within the East Stewart neighborhood and also Stipman neighborhood with the additional sidewalk that we're going to put on the north side of MLK Boulevard from Tarpon Avenue to Palm Beach Road. The project includes shared use paths, which is a 10-foot sidewalks, on-street parking, mid-block plaza area, high visibility crosswalk, safety enhancements at intersection for improved visibility, street lights and landscaping. Currently, we're working towards 60% design, and there was a letter that was attached to your agenda item that does commit 20% match for the application. The total cost of the project is estimated to be $6 million, so the match would be $1.2 million. And again, it's already listed in our CIP. So the submission deadline is February 24, 2026, and we have secured grant work to help us with the application and the submittal process. So today, staff is requesting approval of Resolution 04-2026, authorizing staff to apply for the build grant for the MLK Streetscape project.
I would just like to say I'm thankful that you brought this forward. You know, pulling off of Central there onto MLK is treacherous, so I'm hopeful that this will ultimately address that along with making it beautiful and some of the other concerns that have come forward.
Right.
You know, is there any questions for Pinal?
No, actually, I've spoken to her about it.
Vice Mayor?
Can I make a motion? Oh, yeah,
Yes,
well,
question.
Mayor.
Is this fully designed, or have they started any design, or these are just,
We've started design.
how far are they in the design?
We are working towards 60% design, and we've had multiple neighborhood meetings also to
Yeah.
get feedback from the community, but we're going to continue that community meetings and getting feedback until we get to 100% design.
How come we're not doing it all the way to Palm Beach Road?
Because
not
there's
set
already
timelines.
residential, and
was
there's
that?
very limited right-of-way over there, and I'm sure some of those residents probably
Wouldn't
don't
want
want.
to give it up, okay. My only concern is I don't want it to turn into like Map Road or Golden Gate. Those areas are so dangerous. For anyone that goes down MLK, if you're coming off High School Avenue there, making a left or a right, and it's very blind spot. I don't know if that should be a four-way stop then, because currently it's not. And I noticed when they were doing Project Lift, they had to remove some of the silt fence because you can't see when you're coming off
Right.
of Tarpon and you're going east or west on MLK. So like, I feel like with this street parking, we're gonna run into more issues like that where there's blind spots. That's just my opinion. And how do you prevent it?
We are definitely going to improve all those intersections because there's a visibility
Well,
issues. Because
yes, we're going to improve the aesthetics of it, but as far as the
this
safety.
is a safety improvements also, because all these intersections, the cars are not able to see oncoming traffic.
Yeah,
So
you
we
can't
need to move
see.
the roads, we need to bring those side roads closer to MLK Boulevard in order to have that visibility.
So when you pull to MLK, you'll be able to see east or west now when you're
Right.
pulling out? A
Once-
car's not going to block your...
Right, no,
your
there's
view?
we're gonna have to
Okay.
do a sight line, make sure that there's no any visibility issue at those corners.
It might be good to present at one of our CRA or CRB.
Absolutely.
Just to get us a little more sense of what the plan is.
Yes. Once we get to 60% design, we'll bring that before the board for
And then maybe a
feedback.
four-way at High School and MLK there?
Where are you seeing high school and MLK? Because it doesn't.
Or not High
it
School and
doesn't go
MLK,
through.
Georgia and MLK, sorry.
Okay.
Georgia and MLK, and then it hops over to Central. I think that should be a four-way maybe. That's a very busy intersection, and you can't see east or west if you're coming off of Georgia or
Sure.
Central, depending if you're on north or south side of MLK.
We'll bring forward the full details so we can
When
go
do you
through.
plan on getting to 60%? Upfront?
In the next, I would say by summer.
Is there a way you could bring us what you have maybe currently that's along these lines with just a little more description of,
Sure.
for instance, that intersection?
Yeah.
If we're at the point where we're in design, maybe if there is some feedback, that might be the platform to be able to talk about it in a little more detail.
I can bring that to
CRA in the
this-
February meeting or the March meeting?
CRB or would it be CRA?
I might do it at the joint meeting, the next one.
Okay.
We'll see what the next
I
joint.
think it would be good if there's any input while you're in the process.
Sure.
Yeah,
that
'cause
makes
I have one more
sense.
question. If we're in the design phase, are we narrowing this street?
Yes, we are.
What are we going from
We are
to what?
narrowing the street to 10 foot
To 10
in each
foot?
direction, right.
Might slow
And it's
traffic
11
down.
now. Yeah, it slows traffic down, but if you're pulling, I'm big on trailers, you're pulling boat trailers, wide trailers, I understand some of the beams are wider than 9.5 foot, and you might swipe a mirror. I don't know.
We can discuss that when we bring the design forward.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, with regard to resolution number
I had
04.
one question.
Yeah, I'm finished talking,
Okay,
but
sorry.
yeah.
Wasn't really a question, I just wanted to, Vanilla and I had talked about this, Vanilla. We're putting in for this now, but we're also going to coordinate it with the fact that there will be a skate park. I mean, all of the demolition and that kind of stuff would not interfere. We wouldn't be building this while we'd have to rip it up to, yeah, that's all I wanted to make clear.
Guy Davis Park, that's on 10th Street.
This is Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought it was the 10th Street. Sorry.
Several blocks away.
Several blocks away, yes.
Mr. Mayor, with regard to resolution number 04, 2026, move approval.
Is there a second?
A second motion.
Okay. Is there any public comment on item number 11?
I have no public comment, Mayor.
Seeing none, are there comments from commissioners?
No.
Yeah, I don't think we should be narrowing streets like this.
Okay. Mary, would you call the roll?
Vice Mayor Reed,
No.
Commissioner Rich,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Collins.
Yes. Item 12.
Ordinance number 2545-2026, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, for a major amendment for lot number 3 of the Stuart Landings, Roman numeral 2, commercial planned unit development, also being associated with lot number 1 and lot number 2 of the Stuart Landings, Roman numeral 2, CPUD, providing for an amendment to the master site plan for lot number 3 of the Stuart Landings, Roman numeral 2, CPUD, to accommodate a 470 square foot Coffee Rush convenience restaurant with 2 drive-through facilities and the existing 2,840 square foot Burger King restaurant and single drive-through facility, providing for amended development conditions, a timetable for development, and master site plan approval for a parcel of land located at 3991 Southeast Federal Highway, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. And before I hand it over to the Development Department, I just wanted to say that, to remind the board that this is the first reading of this ordinance. So the staff will be looking for a motion to transmit it to second reading. And as I've talked to you about this in the past, our ordinance has a minimum that you just have to read the title of the ordinance and do a motion to transmit it to second reading. But I think in the past, the board has liked to have a presentation from staff and the applicant, and that way you can kind of give feedback to both before the second reading. So if you're going to do this, a presentation, you've already pulled out the yellow card, I'd recommend that you follow along with the yellow card.
Is it the pleasure of the board that we move this forward to second reading, or that we have a presentation on this item?
I'd ask that we have the presentation by staff and the applicant.
Okay. So,
I think you still need to do a motion and a second just to bring the issue to the floor, and then you can have a presentation.
all right,
Do
to
we need to
have a,
state the presentation in the motion, or just the motion is to move it forward?
it would be the motion to move it forward in a second.
I would recommend doing a motion and transmit it to second reading as long as we get a presentation from staff and the applicant.
Okay.
You gonna do it?
No, you can do it.
I'll do whatever Lee said.
Whatever Lee said.
I move that for this ordinance number 2545, 2026 be moved to second reading, conditioned upon having a presentation from staff and the representative today.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Is there any public comment on item 12?
I have no public comment.
Okay,
All right,
seeing none?
Let me go ahead and swear them in.
All right.
All right. So in a quasi-judicial hearing, the City Commission steps outside of its legislative or administrative role and into a judicial capacity The City Commission will be making a determination by applying existing laws, ordinances, and regulations to the facts presented to the board. Everything needs to be officially entered into the record, and testimony needs to be under oath. The commissioners are also required to disclose any ex parte communications that occurred prior to this hearing. Will all potential witnesses for the applicant and city staff please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Lee, shall we go through ex parte, or are we going to let it?
I would suggest that you do that. Just follow the yellow card.
Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications they wish to disclose?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
I have none.
I have none, I'm here with an open mind.
I have none. I'm here with an open mind as well.
I have none as well. Okay. Jody, would you please provide a brief summary of the agenda item and the presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Collins, Vice Chair Reed, and board members. For the record, my name is Jody Kugler, the Development Director of the City of Stuart. Tonight, I'm presenting agenda item number 12 for a major amendment to the Stuart Landings 1 and 2 commercial plan unit development. A petition to develop a 490 square foot Coffee Rush fast food convenient restaurant with 2 drive-through lanes located adjacent to the existing Burger King within the footprint of building number 3 for the Stuart 2 plan development. Pursuant to Land Development Code public notice requirements, on December 15, 2025, the applicant mailed notices to all the adjacent properties within 300 feet of the subject parcel to provide details of the requested development and the date and time of tonight's public hearing. Additionally, 1 sign was posted on the property with the same information. We did receive an email from a citizen expressing concerns regarding the architectural requirements. This was provided during the local planning agency meeting. The property is approximately 1.27 acres outlined in red, located on the east side of Southeast Federal Highway, approximately 200 feet south of Southeast Miami Street. The subject parcel is currently designated by this commercial plan unit development. The properties to the north, south, west is zoned commercial plan unit development, and to the east is zoned residential plan unit development. According to the plan development approval authorized by the City Commission via ordinance number 2384-2018, the proposed convenient restaurant is a permitted use within the CPUD. However, the necessary site engineering modification exceeds 5% of the approval master plan, and therefore the proposed development requires a major plan development amendment per Land Development Code Section 11.01.10 parens B. The existing future land use is designated commercial. The land uses and activities predominantly connected with the sale, rental, and distribution of products or performance of professional and non-professional services, includes retail sales, service establishments, business, professional, and other offices, shopping centers, financial institutions, restaurants, entertainment, hotel, motels, and other temporary lodging. A limited amount of the multifamily residential indoor industrial uses is allowed. Mixed-use projects are also allowed, and also public facilities. The properties to the north, south, east, west are designated as supposed to site, what the location would be on that vacant site. On September 10, 2018, the City Commission voided ordinance number 2017-07 and amended ordinance number 2313-2015, combining the 3.16 and 1.27 acre parcels, creating the Stuart Landings CPUD, and providing a master site plan to accommodate a 2,845 square foot Burger King drive-through convenient restaurant and a 4,700 square foot office building for MedExpress via ordinance number 2384-2018. The 4,700 square foot MedExpress outlined in red was never constructed. This is the same location as the proposed 490 square foot Coffee Rush fast food convenient restaurant within the same footprint. The building footprint has been reduced by 4,210 square feet. According to the plan development approval authorized by the City Commission via ordinance number 2384-2018, The proposed convenient restaurant is a permitted use within the CPUD. However, the necessary site engineering modifications does exceed the 5%. The applicant is proposing a amendment, a deviation from the Land Development Code to allow the two queuing spaces, two double queuing spaces. Lot 3 of the Stuart Landings 1 and 2 CPD will provide 57 parking spaces, including 8 ADA parking spaces for the Burger King and Coffee Rush convenient restaurants. Both users will share a designated loading space situated near the preserve area located behind this site. Bicycle racks will also be provided adjacent to the Coffee Rush. The level of service indicates that there will be no adverse impacts on the established level of service standards for the water, wastewater, solid waste, public safety, and stormwater and traffic. The site is currently provided with water and wastewater services by Martin County Utilities, and Solid Waste Department has confirmed that the sufficient capacity is available for the proposed development. The City of Stuart will continue to provide solid waste and recycling service to the site. The on-site drainage runoff will be managed through the on-site preserve retention area located at the rear of the site. Before exiting to the master stormwater system, the off-site drainage discharge will be designated for the 25-year, 3-day storm event, and the building elevations will exceed the 100 3-day storm requirements as per Southwater Water Management District. The development will need to obtain site permits from the City of Stuart and from Southwater Water Management. The proposed landscape plan includes a total of 18 trees, 4 buttonwoods, 2 crepe myrtles, 7 Alexander palms, and 3 southern live oaks, and 2 royal palms. The shrub plantings will consist of cocoa plums. Compliance with the tree mitigation requirement has been achieved through a payment of $264,463 in the tree fund from previous developments within the same land development. In accordance with the City of Stuart Land Development Code, Section 6.05.02, parens F, commercial project developments are required to provide a maximum of 5 building design treatments. The proposed architectural developments meets the following building design treatment requirements: raised cornice parapets over doors, display windows, decorative lightings in peaked roof frames, exterior wood cladding, stucco scoring, and front entrance overhangs. This is just a site that Coffee Rush maintains there, and I took some of the elevations just to show what one would look like. This is in Beaverton, Oregon. This is the same, this is 2 different locations. I'm sorry, it's the same location at that location. At the November 13, 2025 local planning agency, the board recommended to the City Commission unanimously to approve the project as presented with the complementary earth tone colors. This petition conforms with this criteria outlined in Section 11.01.09 of the Stuart Land Development Code, Florida statute, and is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Stuart Comprehensive Plan. Staff is requesting that City Commission forward to second reading a major amendment to the existing commercial plan unit development zoning district to approve the Coffee Rush as a permitted use within this commercial plan development. The applicant is in the audience if you would like to have a presentation, or staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for Jody?
No. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you.
You have a question? Sounded like you had one.
Jody, is this a minor amendment or a major?
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Reed, this is a major plan development. It exceeds the 5%.
Okay, on the application, they listed it as a minor amendment, though.
That was amended as a major.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's fixed. All right.
And Jody, for clarification, the only deviation from code is an increase in the number of spaces in the queue?
Yes, our code requires you to have a single queue with, I think, up to 7 cars. They're requesting to have, they still meet the minimum queuing requirement. It's just through double lanes as opposed to one single lane.
Got it. Okay, if there's no questions for Jody, does the applicant have any presentation?
I have a question for Jody.
Okay.
Sorry. Are there other drive-throughs where they've provided relief for queuing in the city?
Vice Mayor Reed, I'm not familiar. I do know the next project is asking for the same thing, but I'm not familiar with double queuing in Stuart. I do know that Coffee Rush is currently working on another application with the City of Port St. Lucie, and in your packet, they did provide an analysis how they were achieving that double queuing.
Okay.
Chick-fil-A, aren't they?
Chick-fil-A double queuing.
Goes 2 to 1, I guess. Is that what you're talking about by Home Depot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar. I would have to go back and look at Chick-fil-A. I'm not.
They're taking orders.
I don't. I rarely eat there, so I apologize. I don't really.
No, you're good. Sorry. You're good.
Okay. Would the applicant, do you have a presentation?
I can say I'm grateful for your presentation, Jody. Thank you very much. And I'm grateful for everyone's interest in our project here. Just a little bit of background to tell you where we're coming from. First of all, my name is Ron Yost, and I'm one of the co-owners of Coffee Rush. My wife and daughter and I are the so it's a family-owned business. We opened our first store in Beaverton, Oregon in 1992. So we've been doing coffee for 33 years. And we know coffee, and it was a period of time when there was 5 Starbucks in the city of Portland, and there was 0 Starbucks in Florida. So we kind of got caught in the updraft, and we've, I don't know why, but we've decided to expand our business to South Florida. And the reason is because I think you have a lack of drive-through coffee retail down here, and I think that we serve good coffee, and I think you'll enjoy our coffee. But one thing that when I say a lack of drive-through coffee, you've got plenty of Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts, but the opposing drive-through lanes is kind of a critical piece of our business model, because if you've been by a Starbucks where they've got 10, 12 cars in line, personally, if I were to get in a line with 10 cars, I'd just drive by every day. So if you have 6 cars in line, 3 on each side, it doesn't seem like it's too long, and we get them through really, really fast with 2 drive-through lanes. So we very rarely have queuing of any substance. And in fact, we have an app. You can go to the App Store and download our app, and we do a lot of order ahead. And we don't have an order box. I was here for the Planning Commission, the Planning Development Commission meeting, and there was a member of the community here that asked if we had a squawk box, the microphone in the morning. We don't have that. So typically the customers order ahead, or they order at the window, and a lot of our customers are order ahead, and so we get the customers through very quickly. So queuing is really not. We rarely ever have more than 2 or 3 cars in line on each side. So
How many of these locations do you guys operate, or own?
we've got 6 in the Northwest. We've got 6 stores in the Northwest.
So this would be your 7th store total?
No.
Okay.
Actually, we just opened our 7th store on November 15th over in Fort Myers.
How many of them have the stacked queue?
Well, the one we opened in Fort Myers, it's a very good question, because in the city of Fort Myers, they have a 10-car stacking, a queuing per drive-through lane, but they gave us a 5-car deviation because we have 2 drive-through lanes. So they allowed us to represent, with 2 drive-through lanes, 5-car stacking. So yeah, we got that deviation.
So that location is the one location that has the stacking that we're talking about?
The Fort Myers location is our first store in Florida. And it is a double drive-through, opposing drive-through, and we do have stacking for, I think, 4 cars on one side and 6 cars on the other side. Mm-hmm. And we were able to receive that deviation from the city of Fort Myers.
And do the other locations have that as well? Or that is the one location that has the 2?
Oh, no, all the locations have the double drive-through.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yep. All the locations are double drive-through, opposing drive-through. And candidly, I've not seen any of that down here in South Florida. I mean, usually it's all 1 drive-through lane. Sometimes you got 2 drive-through lanes wrapping around the building, funneling into 1. But we've got the opposing drive-through lanes. So really, it's like having 2 stores in 1, two sides of the building and 2 lines of cars, and so we're able to get them through much quicker. But yeah.
With regard to the trees that are going in, what is the maturity of the trees that you intend on planting?
Oh, boy. I'd have to turn to, I'll introduce Jeff Williams.
Hi, I'm Jeff Williams. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Conover South. We're the owner, developer of the overall project. All of the plantings that are going on in this development, which are not very many because it's not a very, very large pad, are right on the code requirement. So if any of the shade trees require an 18-foot, they go in at 18-foot. So they're all right to the letter of the law.
So you'll be installing an 18-foot tree?
I'm just using that as an example. Whatever the landscaping plan that was submitted along with this is 100% code compliant to the City of Stuart's code and consistent with the remainder of the development.
Would you guys be opposed to, really, we're going to talk more about this next time. This is very superficial tonight. Would you be opposed to potentially having larger shade trees? Would you be against that if I were to ask that next time?
Our preference would be to install landscaping per the code. Yeah.
I understand.
Right.
So you would be against that?
Yes.
I'm just speaking for Clay. I know what Clay wants to hear.
I mean, if you look at this development, when we originally developed this center, we actually had to get a little bit of a deviation to install palms along the frontage because that's what the higher end car dealerships across the street had installed. So a lot of places typically in Florida, like even if you slide down to the Walmart, you have very, very dense, mature canopy shade trees.
Right.
We match on the other side. So we're more of a coastal, more of a tropical layout. And
That
as you
concrete's
guys-
tropical.
What's that?
That concrete's tropical.
Well, I'm talking about the landscaping plan. Yeah, royal palms, thatch palms, sable palms, very tropical.
Okay.
They don't grow outside of tropical areas, so.
Right.
But those are, those all get installed at the code requirement to ensure the best, to the best growth rate. And I'm pretty sure it's pretty close to 100% native landscaping plan as well.
Shouldn't it be
Also, just to
100%
back up
native?
on the drive-through.
Yes.
Not the sole reason, but one of the reasons a deviation is required is because the Stuart Code is silent on a bifurcated double drive-through. So it's not two lanes back to back, full size like Chick-fil-A. It's two smaller lanes, one going this way, one coming this way. The checkers right down the road may be similar to that. So part of the problem is a lot of codes around Florida are silent on that. So the business itself is what, a fifth of the size of Starbucks or a fifth of the size of the Burger King with the same stacking requirement as that Burger King without the food service and without the menu order board. But also it's a order ahead. So it's a really fast, quick operation. One service person can service the left window and service the right window. It's very fast and very efficient. So it wasn't a matter of not having the stack. It was a matter that the City of Stuart's code doesn't specifically address a bifurcated drive-through lane.
Thank you. Are there questions from our commissioners for the applicant?
Yeah, I do. Is the Coffee Rush drive-through only?
You know what, we have a walk-up window, and if you go back to so there's a walk-up window in the front, there's a small patio in the front, and I think probably we're going to get a lot more landscape here than we would have if we'd done a 4,700 square foot medical office building. So
Yes.
I would project that there'd be a lot more landscaping here, because a 400 square foot building's got plenty of room around it for more landscaping, but we've got a small patio out front, and there's a walk-up window, so there'll be seating, tables with umbrellas and that kind of thing, but no public access to the building, just drive through and
Do you
walk.
sell food?
We do. However, we don't make it. So we've identified a local bakery here in the area that'll be supplying us with the pre-made breakfast sandwiches and scones, muffins, these kinds of things. And we do have the ovens like they have at Starbucks. So we'll heat the sandwiches up, and it takes about 45 seconds to heat up one of those sandwiches. So it's pretty quick. But no, we're excited about the community. We're coming into the community. We hire usually about 18 to 20 people from the community to work in the store, and we use local vendors, local bakery, local dairy, local coffee roasters. So yeah, we'll, I'm sure, add value to the community through our operation. So and serve good coffee too. Coffee, cappuccinos, and things
Looking
like
forward
that.
to it. Do the commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, where's the outdoor seating? I think I saw somewhere for like 700 square foot of outdoor seating.
No.
Right? Did I read that right? Or am I looking at something?
It's less than.
There's I don't know if we have an actual site plan.
Yeah, because it's hard to see on the site plan.
It's right.
You look here.
Uh-huh.
Here's the sidewalk. That thatched area right there
Yeah.
is pavers. That's the front sidewalk. You can pull this down a little bit. I'm tall enough of that. So this whole area here
Uh-huh.
is the outdoor seating area. This would be the front pickup window. If you're on
foot, and you walked up to order, pick up window here, pick up window here.
That's 700 square foot though? It looks bigger than the or smaller than the building. And the building's 400 and some square foot, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the determination on how it's calculated, but my guess is it's from the two corners of the building all the way out, including the crosswalk there. We can double check that.
Yeah, it's just hard to see on the site plan. I was trying to.
I think in the packet, isn't there an actual site plan in the packet?
Yeah, I
There's an actual site plan.
That's an overlay. There is an actual site plan in there.
yeah, I'm looking at the site plan. It was just very vague on the site plan. Like it didn't call it out or anything. And you could see it. This is existing building.
It's existing.
Yeah.
This is it right here.
A little better.
Yeah,
I think they.
That's not the, there you go.
There you go. There you go. That's a landscape plan, but you can see that. That's a pretty good sized patio out front right there.
This whole area from here to here to here to here is patio. And I'm guessing the calculation includes
And then where's the building on here?
these three white horizontal lines. Actually, I believe just the two are the building.
Two.
Oh.
So there'd be trees on that patio too? Is that?
All the trees are represented in the different, all the colored elements on the site plan are landscaping.
It's so narrow, it's hard to see.
Ah, yeah.
We're not used, we're not seeing this,
It's so small,
used to
you
seeing
don't really
structures that
notice it.
small.
You don't notice it.
Right.
The building is small. Oh yeah.
It's a coffee stand.
Yeah.
You know, it's a high-end, fast-functioning coffee stand. I've been doing it for a long time.
We have all the equipment in there that you find at a Starbucks.
Now, do all your locations have dual drive-through? So it's like your business model,
That's our
probably.
That's our business
That-
model. That's our
yeah.
business model. And, you know, when we came down here and started looking around, we saw a lot of these Starbucks with 10, 12, 15 cars in one. And it's
Yeah.
like, why? Why? I mean, we never have, because we get people through so much quicker with two drive-through lanes. And so,
That's good.
yeah, so it's
good.
our business model.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Forgive me.
No, that's
Commissioner
okay. You
Giobbi.
just didn't notice my light.
I was not paying attention. You're right.
Hi, I happen to have been at the LPA meeting when you presented. There was some discussion about colors.
Yes.
Yes, and it was my understanding that they were going to be presenting a new.
Well, I thought I remembered you, Laura. Thank you very much. And when I came away from that meeting, I thought the word was muted as opposed to earth tones. Our architect on the elevations, the body of the building is, and the one you see over in Fort Myers that we opened, is a concrete gray color. It's a very light, kind of muted gray color. The elevations are much darker gray than that's a much darker gray than is on our building right there.
It looks copper. I mean,
Yeah, so
Ron and I already discussed at the next meeting, this elevation will be updated.
Yeah.
The landscaping plan will be updated as well. The crepe myrtles are changing out to a more native plant to the 10A zone. This gray area, that's the sidewalk, or that's the concrete walls. That's the sections that are changing to a warm earth tone. So it'll be something complementary to this tan and this rust color. That was a request of the group.
Right.
I know it's out of our scope, but that just does not look like Stuart to me. That looks like Portland or New York or something.
and Lori, remember that comment came up too.
Yes, and it aesthetically, that is.
No, it's out of our
Yeah.
hands.
Miami Vice colors.
Pardon me?
Miami, the ochre, the more pinky instead of the brown. We go to the ochre colors, which are kind of like a background, like you see that picture down there with it's light, that ochre region.
So we were asked at the last meeting specifically, the comment was, we're a coastal town. Why is this not a coastal build, right? Why aren't we looking at shiplap metal roofs, your pastels or your muted neon colors? And the answer to that is this is also a PUD. And there's an set of architectural guidelines for this development.
Yes.
If you look at the rest of the existing buildings in this development, they are lighter in earth tone colors. So while I would agree with you that this, if you take, for example, the vet on map, the light blue, it has the plantation style roofs, all those things. This doesn't look anything like that. But this is consistent and does not deviate from the architectural code that governs this development.
Okay.
Well,
Within the architectural code for this PUD, though, is there something about the actual frontage, architectural style, like, architraves, and I know that Burger King's very modern, but if you look at Mattress Firm, you do have.
This code works in the tab or the point system where you have a section of architectural attributes.
Yes.
And you have to hit a specific number of those attributes, and it hits the required attributes of the development. That's one of the reasons why we also agreed to change the color, because an earth tone does fit more in with the existing architecture of the Aldi. The Burger King's even a little bit more modern than this, maybe depending on your view, but of the multi-tenant building as well.
But from our perspective, it's a 400 square foot building.
Right.
And if it's not unique looking, people are going to drive by it every day and not even notice it. It has to be, and I will tell you, the store we opened at Fort Myers, it's this building, and every day people come through and comment like how kind of cool and cute the building looks. So people are noticing the building. If it was a beige box, people would drive by it every day and not even notice it. So that's also part of our business model, is the look of the building.
We've been in Conover South. We've been in Florida since 1957. We own Stuart Center down the road. We own this center. We have, on many occasions, shied away from these jewel box developments, coffee and other uses, because of the architectural style. Typically, what you see is the older version that's more similar in the Northwest, or you see the shipping container type of development. And this was one of the things that we agreed to when we did the deal with Ron, is that it has to have some architectural appeal. You're not going to be able to do vertical and horizontal articulation like you can in a bigger building. But we want it to fit in with the development. We want it to have a good look, so it doesn't look like just a box sitting there. And they did a really good job. Like, as you said, there's not a lot you can do with 490 square feet as far as architecture. And the way that they designed the roof, where you have, two different slope lines, the way that that front panel comes off the front, the wood paneling, while it's not necessarily coastal, it's not a coastal overlay architectural guideline, but they did a fantastic job on the design. And they were very, very accommodating of everything that we requested of them to be able to do this, because we pulled away from the Med Express quite a while back, because we didn't think the density was the right fit. We didn't think the parking and the circulation would work with that building. So we turned down a bunch of deals and kind of sat on this for a while until the right one came along. We turned down some some automotive users like, Valvoline and those types of things. We didn't think that was the right fit as well. And the size of this and his operation fits really well, being sandwiched in between two grocery stores with the Walmart and Aldi. There's a lot of internally captured traffic, which will allow it to operate pretty smoothly. So from a developer owner standpoint, which is really important because we don't sell, we maintain our properties and we own them long term. It was really, really important for this to work smoothly, and we're really happy with the way his team made it turn out.
Does the applicant wish to offer any additional information before we conclude this presentation?
I just have one question
No?
to the applicant. Yeah. You mentioned at the LPA meeting that your daughter was going to move to this area, or is that why you were looking in this area? Has she moved here?
Yeah, she is, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
well,
she's overrunning the Fort Myers store right now, and we've had, full disclosure, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for two of our key managers moved down here during COVID, and then our daughter moved down here. So we have people.
Is she going to live in Stuart? I was just nosy.
Yeah, she's looking in the area.
okay.
Yeah, she's looking in the area. No, I've got my Florida driver's license. So
Oh, all right.
Oh no. I'm from Oregon. Are you kidding me? I can't wait to move down here to Florida.
and I'm local, so they're going to have more oversight than they want.
I left yesterday. It was 40 degrees and raining, which felt like 30 degrees and raining up there. And so we're
happy to be here
I mean,
today.
our daughter's down here, and we've got a place that's in just a little north of Palm Beach Gardens. So so we're excited to be a part of the community.
You won't have to worry about the formation of any autonomous zones or any of this kind of thing you see on TV here. Thankful to public safety.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Move it to next time.
so then, where was
Yeah, we've already made the motion. We just need to vote.
No, there are a few steps here, yep.
Okay,
So-
sorry.
These steps don't,
I don't have mine. Somebody took my quad.
some of the steps can be bypassed because there already is a motion.
Presentation of evidence has ended. The hearing is closed. Does any member of the public wish to make a comment? You have 3 minutes if you'd like to. Mary?
I have no
Seeing none? Okay, so then I would say we are ready for a motion.
I have the motion.
We
We have the
Second.
motion, we just need to
Second.
vote.
We can go right to voting.
Well,
unless-
when we get through here.
All right, Mary, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Rich,
Yes?
Mayor Collins,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi.
Yes.
Thank you for helping me do that.
See you in 2
Is
weeks.
there a date certain for it to come back?
First, the next meeting.
2 weeks.
It's the next meeting
Next, okay.
for a second reading.
Okay, item 13.
Ordinance number 2546-2025, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, approving a major amendment to Phase 3B of the Windermere Point Commercial Plan Unit Development, providing for an amendment to the master site plan to authorize the development of a 1,995 square foot Popeyes restaurant with dual drive-through lanes located at the southeast corner of Northwest Windermere Drive and Northwest Federal Highway, providing for conditions of approval, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. And again, I'd like to remind the board that this is also the first reading of this ordinance, and we would be looking for a motion to transmit it to the second reading, which would be at the next commission meeting.
Do we have a motion?
No. I mean, I'm not giving the motion.
I make a motion that ordinance number 2546, 2025 be transferred to the next meeting upon hearing any staff comments or comments from the presentation from the applicant today.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose?
I have none, and I'm here with an open mind.
I have none, and I'm here with an open mind.
I spoke with the interim city manager regarding this item.
I have none. I'm here with an open mind.
I have none as well. Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I also spoke to the city manager regarding this, so
Lee, would you place any potential witnesses under oath?
I want to repeat my intro comments that I make on these. So in a quasi-judicial hearing, the City Commission steps outside of its legislative or administrative role and into a judicial capacity. The City Commission will be making a determination by applying existing laws, ordinances, and regulations to the facts presented to the board. Everything needs to be officially entered into the record, and testimony needs to be under oath. The commissioners are also required to disclose any ex parte communications that occurred prior to the hearing, which we already have. So will all potential witnesses for the applicant and the city staff please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in? Do you affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you may be seated.
Okay, will the Development Department please provide a brief summary of the item, including any deviations from the land use development regulations?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michelle Arbizow, Planner 1 with the Development Department. Today, I'm presenting agenda item number 13, which is the first reading of ordinance number 2546-2026. It is a major amendment to the Commercial Plan Unit Development Windermere Point, a petition to develop a Popeyes fast food convenience restaurant with double drive-through lanes within the vacant footprint of the Phase 3B of the CPUD. The request was brought before the LPA on November 13, 2025, and now the City Commission, due to the expiration of the Windermere Point CPUD. The applicant is seeking to modify the approved site plan to reduce the size of the Phase 3B development of the CPUD. Pursuant to the Land Development Code public notice requirements, on December 28, 2025, the applicant mailed notices to all adjacent property owners within 300 feet of the subject parcel to provide details of the requested development and the date and time of tonight's public hearing. Additionally, 2 signs were updated and posted on the property with this same information. The Windermere Point Commercial Plan Unit development comprises of 3 parcels totaling 9 acres. The 1.64 acre property outlined in teal is the location of the proposed project, which is located at 1961 Northwest Federal Highway and is situated at the southeast corner of Northwest Windermere Drive and US Highway 1. The subject parcel is currently designated by CPUD zoning. Northwest Windermere Drive is situated to the north, and Northwest Federal Highway is situated to the west. The properties to the south is zone CPUD, and the properties to the east is also zone CPUD. The subject parcel, as well as the parcels to the south and east, are designated by the commercial future land use designation. Again, to the north is Northwest Windermere Drive, and the west is Northwest Federal Highway. The original approval for Phase 3B, granted under Resolution 99-2017, and was adopted on September 25th, 2017, authorized the development of a 2,034 square foot retail space and a 1,794 square foot restaurant with a drive-through, totaling 3,828 square feet. The applicant seeks to amend the CPUD to eliminate the retail portion, designating the restaurant as the sole use for Phase 3B. The applicant is seeking approval from the Stuart City Commission to construct a 1,995 square foot Popeyes restaurant with dual drive-through lanes. This proposal represents a reduction of 1,833 square feet from the total square footage of Phase 3B, originally approved by the Commission in 2017. In accordance with Section 6.05.02.f, all large commercial development must provide a minimum of 5 design building treatment. Staff identify the following in this rendering. They have display windows, the natural face brick, wood facade, painted face brick, and decorative light fixtures. Reflected on this slides are clear images of the current location. The City of Stuart will continue to provide sanitation services only to the site, ensuring consistent and reliable support. The existing parcel provides a total of 103 parking spaces. Of these, 21 spaces are allocated to the current retail use. The proposed restaurant development will remove 9 existing spaces, but the plan include striping 16 new spaces to offset this impact. The restaurant will require 25 parking spaces. Additionally, there are 64 surplus spaces that would have been utilized if the remaining retail development had been constructed. As far as traffic, the proposed development is anticipated to generate approximately 122 trips during the AM peak hours. That is 67 entering and 55 exiting, as well as 229 trips during the PM peak hours, which is 127 entering and 102 exiting. The analysis compared the proposed trip generation with the previously approved retail development. The traffic consultant's review concluded that the net trip generation for the proposed project reflects a reduction in afternoon peak hours and a de minimis increase, less than 1%, in the morning peak hour trips. The proposed site plan indicates an impervious surface coverage of 57% and a pervious coverage of 42%. According to Kim Lee Horn, the city's consultant reviewer, the submitted drainage statement demonstrates that the project meets the City of Stuart development criteria. There is a live oak tree that will be impacted. It will be relocated on the site by a certified arborist and will comply with the land development code. A tree removal permit is required prior to work commencing. The applicant is proposing to install 8 canopy trees. That includes Dafun hollies, crepe myrtle, pink tababua, live oak, and a foxtail palm. Hedge materials will consist of cocoa plums, green island ficus, and trinnets, as well as annual ground covers. Perimeter of the site has been landscaped and well-maintained from the original plan development. The conditions will include the following in the proposed ordinance. Water and sewer service, of course, will be provided by Martin County. All civil utility plans must be reviewed and approved by Martin County. All proposed dumpster enclosure must be constructed per the City of Stuart dumpster enclosure construction details. The applicant must provide approval for Martin County for the proposed dumpster location within their easement prior to the issuance of a site permit. If any of the proposed sanitation receptacles per use unit require more than twice a week pickup, the owner/developer will require to install Vertipacks with 8-yard receptacles. The current application is proposing a total of 10 signs as part of the Popeyes restaurant development, which marks the final phase of the Windermere Point commercial plan unit development. The proposed signage include a mix of wall-mounted and graphic elements. Details as follows. They are two, this is the original request. The wall signs are two, one on the west elevation, fronting US 1, measuring 43.2 square feet. One sign on the Northwest Windermere Drive, measuring 24.1 square feet. And the graphic and branding elements included like the Louisiana Kitchen sign, that's 10 square feet. The one standalone chicken graphic, which is 33 square feet. One Love That Chicken graphic, 117 square feet. And one Famous Louisiana Chicken graphic, 40 square feet. And then there are 4 chicken graphic shutter elements, 33 square feet each. Notably, the proposed signage plan does not include a monument sign or any temporary construction signage, which were part of their original 2014 PDQ restaurant approval.
Question, or maybe let's wait till the end, forgive me. We can ask you.
The original site plan approved in 2014 designated the location for a PDQ restaurant. As part of that approval, a specific signage package was authorized, consisted of 7 signs, including 1 temporary construction sign. The signage changes associated with the Popeyes development package remains a reference point for evaluating the proposed. The original approved signage from 2014 details is as follows. This is for the PDQ that was previously approved. They had 2 signs, each measuring 42 square feet. The directional signs, 2, each measuring 2.8 square feet. A monument sign, which was a freestanding monument sign that will follow the City of Stuart Land Development Code criteria. And 1 temporary sign for construction purposes. There was also a flagpole proposed. Staff does find the proposed development to be consistent with the city's land development regulation and comprehensive plan. The request for additional signage, which is the original submittal, was not part of the original approval. Approval is currently being sought for 10 signs, subject to LPA and City Commission approval. Staff does not support the request for additional signage, as it is not consistent with complementary to the existing signage throughout the plaza. At its November 13, 2025 meeting, the LPA approved the Popeyes development with a reduction in the total number of signs to 6 and a modification to the architectural style to ensure consistency with the surrounding plaza. With the LPO, the applicant submitted alternative signage and elevation based on the feedback from LPA and the public comments at the public meeting held in November. According with the submittal, the alternative signage and elevation propose a total of 5 signage instead of the original 10. One sign on the west elevation fronting US 1, measuring 43.2 square feet, and 1 sign on the fronting Northwest Windermere Drive, measuring 24.1 square feet, and then 1 chicken graphic, which is 33 square feet. Murals, which are defined as wall signs in our city's land development code. One that states "Love That Chicken" graphic is 117 square feet, and the Famous Louisiana Chicken graphic, which is 40 square feet. Notably, the proposed signage plan does not include a monument sign or any temporary construction signage, which was part of that original approval. Based on the LPAs and the public feedback, the applicant submitted alternative proposed scholar scheme to match the plaza. In accordance with section 6.05.02.f, all large commercial development must provide that minimum 5 design building treatment. Staff identified the display windows, wood facade, painted face brick, decorative light fixtures, and shutters. The Popeye sign that is shown on the wall with the mural that states "Love That Chicken" will be placed on the wall fronting northwest Windermere Drive. In this rendering, it shows that it's on the other side. Depending on the status of the project tonight, the applicant will revise the plan to reflect the correct location of that sign. Staff does find the proposed development to be consistent with the City of Stuart Land Development Regulations and Comprehensive Plan. Staff is in support of the alternative signs submittal request with the LPA and public feedback, as it's less intensive. However, approval is subject to the City Commission approval.
Do the commissioners have any question for staff?
I don't know if it's a question for staff. But it basically, Michelle, you and I talked about this, you sent this to me, and I'm just a little confused because this CPUD has expired.
So, oh, sorry. I can explain. So the CPUD, the timeline has expired. The construction of what was approved did not happen. So they are, since that timeline has expired, the applicant is submitting a modification to the site plan. Whereas before there was a restaurant and a retail, they are modifying it to have just the restaurant with less square footage. So that in part requires commission approval before they can do anything.
Just that when you sent me this email with the explanation back in December 10th, you stated that they want to approve. The approved construction period has now expired.
Commissioner Diobi, if I may answer, Jody Kugler for the Record Development Director. So when this project came through, we were just trying to figure out where the process was with this 3B, which is the last phase of this project. There was a master plan that was approved originally that showed all the pods. Anytime a master plan, a major plan development comes through, even if their timeline expired or if it didn't expire, they are still required to come back to the commission for approval. So one of the things that we did identify was the timetable where they had to bring the project through did expire, and they also made some changes to reduce the building, to take out the retail portion of it and just go with the restaurant with the double lanes. So all that requires a major amendment to the PUD.
Are there any other questions for staff?
So if we're looking at this traffic analysis, it doesn't really break down the traffic flow onto Windermere Road. Is that what it is? Is that what the Windermere Drive and US 1 does it? By the way, Windermere Drive is a public road. It's not owned by the community.
It is a private road, but it is platted as they have granted the Windermere Plaza, granted them easements to be able to use that private road.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity, yes. Your question about this traffic study, so in your packet, you did have a full traffic study where it did show the allocations of what would be distributed to the Windermere and versus the US 1 traffic counts.
Could you indicate what page that on? Because I'm just seeing the totals here. So to be clear, we're talking about a store that's going to generate 2% of the allowed capacity of the whole plaza, if I'm understanding that?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
Correct. Less than 1%.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Could you
I'm
Oh,
sorry, could
sorry,
you
you're
just
not
point out which page that it says we'll actually go on to Windermere Drive? Sorry. And they're actually turning onto a divided 4-lane highway, right? Windermere Drive, right there is, I believe there's a median there, and it's 2 lanes each side, correct?
So Windermere is a traffic light. There is a traffic light there.
But I'm saying if they don't go right out onto 1 from the plaza, they're going to.
Right, they'll travel and go out toward the other exit, yes.
Go onto Windermere Drive.
No,
which,
you
right,
can enter in Windermere Drive and you can exit out by US 1, yes.
But that little, between where they get onto Windermere Drive, that's a divided 4-lane road.
Yes,
Yes,
through a median, yes, you are correct, sir.
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you need to address the mayor.
Can you,
Can I just clarify?
can you just wait one moment? We'll go to public comment. Would you hold that for just
Just clarify his comment. That's fine.
just one moment? Yeah, just for procedure. I know.
I can do it in public comment.
If it wasn't the yellow sheet, I would say, come on up, man.
It's on page 250.
What?
Okay,
Okay, hold on.
Commissioner Rich, you got more?
I think she's going to show him.
Okay, perfect.
Did you find it?
Show me the top of that page.
It should be,
Yeah.
it is on page 250 of the
I was.
agenda.
250.
Commissioner, for your.
Could you just
It's on the
just
screen.
read where it says what percentage of those total trips will go onto Windermere Drive and what will go onto US 1? I mean, I'm just assuming the residents don't care about the cars that come in off of US 1.
Chart. Says that it's here.
This is the first reading, correct? So
Yes.
we can get this clarified if we can't find it. That's okay, Jody. I'll look it up since it has.
There's different parts of the report, and it's very tiny, so we can get that information for you
Okay, good, thank you.
at the second.
Yeah, I was, yeah, thanks. I couldn't find it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I don't know if everybody received it, but I got an envelope from James Tucker of 921 Northwest Waterlily Place, Jensen Beach, Florida. And he had 2 questions regarding traffic impacts at Windermere and US 1. And then from the other community that was there, what's the impact with regard to that on what access plus
one.
that? But the traffic study, I think, explains everything. Then he had some flooding concerns in that area. And then he had some questions about, what was the green space and the buffers? And also, and I think whatever concerns their homeowners association had with regard to the shopping center, that's, the other developments in that area, and then the architectural compatibility. And that has been provided to us. Does the clerk have a copy of this so that, I don't want to read everything into the record, but you
I
you
have a
have that
copy.
from?
They handed it out.
Okay, so we have, so it's a part of the record.
They
Okay.
indicate they haven't received it.
Staff never received that letter.
Oh, so,
I will tell you, we just received it today, and they were provided 5 copies, so we had to make additional copies for the manager. We'll make you a copy.
so staff will look at it by the
Yes.
next time.
And if we
Okay.
can provide you the responses at the second meeting, we'll have that.
Brian? Oh, we got it.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you.
They're going to need time to.
I don't have any other questions. Anything, I'm going to talk to staff about it before the next time.
Vice Mayor?
I saw something in here, Jody, and you might be able to answer it. There was something for traffic from the county, how they put their counts on, but they were from '23. How often do they update that? Like in,
Vice Mayor Reed, so they utilize that, that calculation, but they also use the ITE, which is what we use for anybody, pretty much that is a tool that planning uses for any traffic engineer. So they look at the ITE based off the use, based on what type of roadway it is, and that's how they allocate traffic.
yeah, I saw the ITE count, and it went from 7th to 11th edition. Did they get stricter with their counts or less restrictive? I don't know if you know that off.
Commissioner Reed, I would not know that. That is, with the time this development was, ITE updates every 2 years.
Yeah.
They evaluate every 2 years, and they publish a new edition every 2 years, essentially like your Florida building codes.
Okay.
I would think you would have a copy of that. Such a good researcher.
And Mr. Mayor,
More questions?
No, I'm good for now.
Commissioner Clark?
with regard to the ITE, I know when we were doing the zoning in progress, there were some concerns, and I think when we approved the zone in progress for East Stuart, there was actual statement that the city would not use the ITE in calculating in that particular zone or land use area. So I just want to make sure that, I know that our code requires us to use the ITE, and the professionals are using the ITE. So I just wanted to.
So to your point, traffic trips versus parking was the difference. So we were not leaning on ITE to make the designation of what is appropriate parking relative to multifamily. This is with regard to traffic trips and use.
Mayor Collins, that is correct. We use it for we don't utilize it for parking.
Just trip
We
generation.
utilize our tables that are built into the code, but for traffic counts and how they allocate traffic distribution on roads, we do depend on the ITE.
Chip generation, yes.
Okay, seeing no other questions from you guys? Okay, does the applicant wish to offer additional information?
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission.
Yes, sir.
My name is Robert Sherman. I represent 1560 Boone LLC. This project's had a very interesting past. I'm very fortunate to be able to be involved in that past, and we're very happy. Staff did a remarkable job in working with us and making sure, as well as Public Works, that the concepts, the plans, the elevations, the changes that were required from the LPA, and a lot of the comments that came back from the city, as well as from all the community members, that the project now should be consistent with the colors, the look, the feel of what LPA wanted. We are very, very happy. With us today, Oliver Hurd is the owner-operator of Popeyes. If any questions are here from him or for him, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to address it. We believe that this is very consistent with the original approvals. Originally, we had a much larger chicken use, and for whatever reason, the PDQ decided to change. We then got caught in the whole repositioning and trying to bring in a dual tenant to the property, which, as it found out, was not the best and most beneficial, not only to the owners, but to the community. Traffic would have been greater, less landscaping, and we're very happy to work with Oliver and his firm on bringing a smaller box, a lot more landscaping, and a very nice development that is very consistent now and the likes. Just so you know, Public Works and I worked very hard. We are taking down the existing dumpsters that are there, repositioning it to allow for garbage to be picked up. As you heard, we're taking the extra precaution to make sure that in the event the garbage is not collected or met, that there will be a compactor brought in, similar to what is done on the LA Fitness piece when I developed the back. We had to work with that situation. So we're really happy to bring this to the city. We're really happy to hopefully start construction here. And yes, I think Jody was very accurate in the CPU. We did ask for some extensions under the Florida Statute of Rights, but unfortunately, those did not toll all the way through, so we needed to come back. And staff spent extra time making sure it was accurately presented, that when we do come back, it would be done properly. And I thank Jody and her staff for doing a great job on assisting us to get to this point today. The elevations that you're seeing there are now in keeping. Oliver, I want to thank you and your team for working with us on making these modifications. And if you'd like to say something, please do.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. My name is Oliver Hurd. I just want to kind of introduce myself again, owner-operator of Popeyes. Unlike a lot of probably preconceived notions, we are the franchisee in the area. We are a very small group, so it's a family-run office with me and my wife. We have 2 Popeyes that we're opening up in Palm Beach Gardens in Royal Palm Beach, and this would be our 3rd that we're very excited about. We're very hands-on. We live in the northern Palm Beach County, so we're in Tequesta. So I visit this area frequently. I also recently opened up the Del Taco in Port St. Lucie, Jensen Beach area, which we've been very involved with the community, with the local Jensen Beach High School, Port St. Lucie High School band, as well as Habitat for Humanity and other charitable needs. So we like to be involved with the community. We're not like a typical large franchisee. We're very small, and we see benefits in being more part of a community than anything else. So any questions operationally or about us, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobbe?
The signage. There was a signage approved in the expired PDU, which is in the medium. There was this huge PDQ sign.
Yes, that was the monument sign that was approved. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, the question is, that is considered signage too.
Correct.
None of the other entities have that monument.
So where the PDQ was approved with that monument sign, the current applicant is not requesting a monument sign.
Okay.
So just to be clear, when I developed the entire center, this out parcel and the monument sign is not a part of it. So there is no signage at all for the 2 buildings, which is the Cleveland Clinic, which now took over from something else, and Popeyes. So the monument sign has been approved under the original PUD that is still in place, 100%.
A monument sign was not provided with this request?
Correct. It's not required with this request. You are correct.
Well,
It still exists in the PUDs.
That's correct. Yeah, it's not part of this request.
Right.
You're 100% correct. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay.
If we could ask the board to let us work with the applicant, because we were not provided a rendering for any type of monument sign, because it would be different looking from the PDQ that was approved.
right, and that's what was shown at the
Right,
LPA
so we
meeting,
do
was the-
want some time to work with the applicant before we bring this forward to the next, and also to address some of the neighbors' concerns.
Do you think you're going to need more time than next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I haven't had a chance really to see the neighbors' concerns, but I did hear about them. I do believe that every one of those items have been addressed. We actually met with the owner, the president of the homeowners association, multiple times. Our attorney and her attorney has worked on many of the things there. At the LPA meeting, we did address, I believe, all of the questions that did come up regarding the sanitation questions they had, the landscaping questions they had, and the likes. And yes, we'd be more than happy to work with staff. I would hope, Jody, that we can move this forward this week and not postpone the second reading if hopefully we get there. Because I don't think that those items that were addressed today that I heard about are any different than what was addressed at the LPA meeting.
Mayor, if I may answer.
Sure.
We do have a lengthy letter from a resident that we received today that we do need to respond to.
100%.
We also need to respond to Commissioner Rich's comments and also to address the monument sign, because we do not have a rendering of that, and I'm sure the neighbors in Windermere would like to see what that signage is going to actually look like, because it does have a PDQ approval that expired.
We have to make sure we do it right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
The city manager,
Well, I said I was hoping. I didn't
Yes.
say,
Yeah.
I didn't say it was a requirement. I said hoping.
the city manager drives the agenda, and if my staff's not comfortable with the presentation, it won't be on the next meeting.
I understand.
So Okay, thank you.
I have one more.
Yes, Commissioner Gibb.
As part of that motion, and I had mentioned this to the city manager, is that there's traffic issues there, and I understand that we would have to send a letter from this commission to Martin County to ask them to have FDOT look at the possibility of putting in maybe a blinker light or accessing the problems that exist at that light. And that's something I guess we would have to vote on, to have staff send a letter to Martin County requesting the FDOT to do that.
Just for further clarifications on that, when I developed the center, it was a light that we actually put in at our cost and expense based upon the overall flow of traffic, considering all four corners. And even though the church has not really developed it, I think you'll find sufficient flow based upon the design.
But
I'd
that was
like
done
to
in
hear it.
2015 or
Oh,
2017.
no, I understand. I'm just
Oh, okay.
giving you
So
history.
I'm just saying the flow, I think, has
Yeah.
changed. There's
I'm just
increased
giving you
traffic.
history of what occurred, that's all.
Right. No, I did remember that you had put that in at your cost, and just for safety. I mean, it's a busy corner now,
It
and I'm
sure
just
is.
thinking it should maybe have
Especially
an
with the
addition.
apartment complex that got built there on
Yes.
the corner.
Yes.
That's why you got a bunch of new faces up here.
What's that?
That's why you have a bunch of new faces up here,
Well,
those apartments.
yeah,
So,
well, I wasn't involved with that. I don't know much about it, except I know it increased a lot of the concerns.
you're absolutely right. Commissioner Rich?
Yeah, could you just summarize the changes you made as a result of the LPA meeting?
Sure. I think it's depicted on that plan, but let me take the notes. I know that that there were numerous, I have them, you can see them there, but I do have some boards which I took. Basically, working with staff, we did a great job, and especially working with Popeyes. A lot of the colors needed to get changed. The LPA didn't like the awning material, which was not consistent with the back of the shopping center that I developed, which was more of the aluminum look. They wanted to soften some of the colors and some of the teal, which was removed. That's the old elevation. Correct? Yes. That's the old elevation. So if you look at the new elevation, I can pass it around if you want to see it. Then you can compare the two. You'll see that there's a lot of differences. It's much more in keeping with the community. It's much more in keeping with the shopping center in its whole. The signages were greatly reduced from 10 down to 5. Interesting how the city's sign ordinances work, even if it's not a sign. As long as it's affixed to a building, it is considered a sign. So, and Popeyes did a great job in working with staff and wanting to seek the approvals, and had corporate sign off on the design. So it was pretty extensive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it. Jody, for clarification, those two extra signs are the deviation, correct? The love that chicken and the big orange chicken on the side?
Yes, that is correct. Those are the two deviations.
Okay. Otherwise, it meets code. It meets the sign.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Does the applicant wish to offer anything else before we close the hearing?
No, I think you'll find that there was a lot of landscaping brought on when we were able to redo the parking lot. All full, mature trees will be going in. The dumpsters now are in a much better location to align for the city of Stuart's garbage trucks. And I know that there's a lot of people in the center really looking to have a food use available. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question.
Commissioner Giobbi?
I'm sorry, I just have one more question. And I know it's not part of the CPUD, but
It's okay.
it's a fast chicken fried place. So do you utilize those, I forget what they call them, but it keeps that smell from penetrating out into the neighborhood?
Scrubbers?
Scrubbers, thank you.
We utilize, most of that comes from the oil use. And so we utilize a specific one. We use beef towel. I don't think a lot of people know that. So we don't use seed oils. We use beef towel for all of our fried chicken products.
Okay.
And two, we have a partnership with a company called Darpro, which is oil management that comes weekly to come out and take out all the oil once we take it out of our fryers. So we have an on-site storage container that deals with all the smell, as well as making sure that we don't deal with like a lot of times there's a outdoor grease trap that gets dumped into. We have it in a very nice container on site that then they just kind of hook up into and clean it. It's much more efficient and helps remove a lot of the smell as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you use beef tallow for the french fries?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we use it for all products. We only have beef tallow in our stores.
Oh, you're out? Seed oils, you were in. Beef tallow, you're out.
Sold.
All right. I'm out. Okay, so the presentation has ended. Does any member of the public wish to make a comment? You have 3 minutes. Please turn in a green card if you haven't, and Mary will call on you. So, Mary?
I have Lloyd Navala.
Lloyd Neville from Windermere. I do have obviously, the traffic is an issue, and the traffic study needs to be updated because of the apartment complex that went in, as well as the Savannah complex that went in across the street from that one then. So the traffic has increased a bunch, and even though there is a stoplight there now, the way the stoplight operates is really not very well suited, as evidenced by the number of accidents that happen there on a regular basis. People trying to make the U-turns have a tendency to misjudge oncoming traffic again and again and again. So another issue with the traffic there is the turn lane itself is not long enough to accommodate the number of people making that U-turn or the turn into Windermere at this time. So that may need a major revamp. I'm not sure if anybody wants to pay for that one also. I'm concerned about the existing landscaping that's there that has not been maintained. The original contractor and the original 3 developers in the area there have not maintained the landscaping. If you drive in through there, you'll find a number of dead trees that are still there. You'll find that alongside of Windermere, there are 8 to 10 dead trees, so we don't really have the blockage that you really want to have for a private road leading to a community. I'm also concerned about the air quality. They didn't really address the issue about using scrubbers. I know that there are homes very, very close to where they are, and the smell of any restaurant has a tendency to permeate a residential area. I live in New York also, and I have a Burger King that's maybe 800 to 1,000 feet away from my house, and I basically have a barbecue in my backyard just about every day because the smoke comes out of theirs, and they don't have any kind of scrubbers. So I'm in hopes that the air quality issues will be addressed. Lastly, did I exceed my 3 minutes yet?
You haven't heard the bell, and I haven't stopped you.
Okay. Lastly, the architectural rendering, very nice. They changed some of the colors on it. They really did not really change the look of the building. It's still a modern building in that particular complex. If you drive through the complex, take a look at the nature of the building, whether it's the Cleveland Clinic building next door or all the retail spaces behind it there. It still doesn't really match. They changed the colors, which is nice. They went to green instead of orange and teal, But so I was hoping that they would actually come up with something that was more Florida style, coastal style. But they didn't, so thank you.
Thank you.
I have Peg Connick.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Pineapple Plantation. Again, reiterating what we've said in the past, we are very concerned about the traffic. The traffic at the intersection is horrendous. I come from a DOT background. I will tell you, I've sat at that light and I've evaluated it, and I'm like, somebody needs to really do another evaluation of this light. The line of sights are horrible, and that's, I've sat there and waited with people honking behind me because I will not go because you cannot see. So I think everybody is aware that that intersection really needs to be looked at. We are terribly concerned about the traffic that is going to use Windermere Drive, coming in or going out of the complex. We have trash issues because of the restaurants that are currently there, because people come out and they drive through the community, our community, and they just dump their trash wherever. And we pick it up because we don't want to have to look at it. But yes, this is going to increase the amount of traffic that we have coming in and going out already. And if you put a monument sign there, it's going to make it even worse because it's going to encourage people to come in Windermere and enter the shopping center complex that way. Right now, probably the majority of it exits that through our community. The exterior facade, yes, I believe at the last meeting, we were shown a more coastal elevation, which I think was in Port St. Lucie somewhere, okay, which really looked nice. I will grant you it looked nice. I expected to see that tonight. The colors are better than they were, but the coastal elevation was very nice and would go in that area if we have to look at it. Traffic signs. The sign on the Windermere side, we are concerned with buffering plantings. I understand there's I did look at the landscaping plan, and yes, the landscaping that is currently there has not been maintained. So hopefully, with all these new plantings, we won't be looking at that Popeyes building day in and day out. Thank you.
Ron Marsucci.
Thank you for your patience, Ron.
Yeah.
Robert, how are you? Okay. I'm Ron Marcucci. I'm the president of the Pineapple Plantation POA. And Robert is right. We had a couple of meetings. We did not talk about the building that much. We talked about the agreement that was signed with the original owner of the Windermere Point Shopping Center, and that was JBI, Jensen Beach Investments. With that, the association signed an agreement with them back in 2008 to allow and help them develop this project. And in addition, they would help us get a traffic light at the intersection of Windermere and Route 1. In that agreement, it provided that JBI and its successors would give us certain cost reimbursements or services. One, landscape services of the northern end or the southern end of our property, the northern end of their property. Maintaining also the medians in the road. There were two of them. And going through and doing that. Paying us additional insurance that we were required to get since we were allowing public to access our roads. They required us to get an extra $2 million of excess coverage of liability insurance. All of that was supposed to be reimbursed to us at our cost, so we would be not out of pocket whatsoever. However, we in turn gave them, yes, there is an easement. Their easement to enter off of Windermere Drive is not where the entrance is now. That easement is further west on Windermere Drive. We allowed them to go where they did in return for getting all this money. We are currently in negotiations and probably are going to take legal actions against the three owners of the properties now and the association that runs them, because they have defaulted on the agreement and have paid maybe $1,300 back in 2013 when they needed us to sign another document for the amendment that went through in 2014, and they haven't paid us another dime. Currently, we're seeking $62,000 from them. Their association has pretty much told us to go pound sand. We are probably going to take legal action, and right now we have sent a letter to all the owners and to the development things that we are going to push to close that entrance off of Windermere Drive by the end of January by putting in cement bunkers to close that off. And they can have the right to enter and make an entrance through their existing easement that they currently aren't using. The landscaping that a lot of people speak of is landscaping on our
I'm sorry, sir, your 3 minutes is up. That was the bell.
I had my...
I don't know what your timer is, sir. I'm going by the city clerk's bell.
He can turn in his comments. You can turn in your comments to the clerk.
Jen Costantini.
Hello, I'm not prepared. I didn't know this was going to happen. Thank you for listening to me. I am a resident in the community, and I'm concerned about the traffic. There's been some changes in the shopping center. There's now the suites there, so there's more people coming in and out. It's rough in the morning. I have 3 little boys, so there's a bus stop at the corner, so I'm concerned about the traffic. With, I believe that the Popeyes is open until 1 a.m.?
No,
Midnight. So the current shopping center, most of the stores close at like 6 p.m. The suites are open later, but it's a rental space for like cosmetologists and skincare. So they are open at night, but there's not a lot of people there. I'm concerned because the kids ride the golf carts and the e-bikes, which we have a lot of problems with. But I think if there's more traffic coming in, it's not a gated community. If they miss the spot to turn in, they're going to come down to the cul-de-sac and turn around. And further up is where the bus stop is, but that's also where the kids hang out. I am concerned about the signs and the fact that we're not gated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Okay. So,
Mayor, may I address some of those comments back? Am I allowed on the sheet?
that's not how we are,
No?
Yeah, he can respond.
because there's new evidence.
You can respond.
Sure. Closing remarks.
Yeah, we could do closing.
You can provide closing remarks.
Yes. So, as I mentioned, in speaking with Ron before, the situation that's gone down regarding the management company that manages the shopping center, also that manages Pineapple Plantation, has taken a deaf ear to this whole thing about the property, the maintenance. I drove it today and actually called the owner, and I told the owner, Mr. Castellano, how appalled I was at the way the shopping center's landscaping is being maintained. At the LPA meeting, it was discussed that we, as the owners of this one parcel, as staff recommended or mentioned, there were 3 owners of this entire PUD. There's the LA Fitness, well, I don't know who it is now, but that one building, the back building, and ours. I'm quite upset the way that landscaping works. I understand the residents' concern. When I drove it today, I was very, very concerned myself. As the owners of parcel 3, we are going to make sure that anything that occurs is there. And we're going to make sure that we reach management and try to find new management to take over the center. They have been horrible to the POA. They've been horrible on their obligations. They've been horrible on the maintenance. The owner of this particular parcel is the smallest owner of the whole parcel. But we will be working with them. Our attorneys have tried to reach out to Paul, to the POA's attorneys, and we're going to come to a resolution on that. It's a matter of money and maintenance. We've already told them they should maintain the road, and we would pay directly. So we pay an enormous amount of money to management right now, and they're not proceeding and doing anything proper. with regards to the other concerns of traffic and the likes. Obviously, cities grow. Obviously, we have the concerns of traffic for sure. And obviously, it's something we have to look into. So I want to thank you all. Hopefully, we'll be able to move this forward, work with staff on trying to resolve the issues that are pending until the final second meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody, do you feel like that first meeting in February is sufficient time, or would you like until the second meeting in February?
Staff request is at least a 90-day response. One of the things that was addressed during the local planning agency meeting was the overall landscaping. So we've been reviewing that. We are going to work with code enforcement to actually site the entire site, which would include this property as well. So it could bring up the property up to date, and that would probably be one of the conditions that would be placed into their final action. So that is something that we have been working with, and that we will reach out to the association again, but we are looking to cite the overall property owner.
Would you mind giving us a date then to put this
To date
towards for that
certain,
second
I
reading?
would say the first meeting in April,
Okay.
just
mind-
because we do have some concerns, and we want to make sure that traffic.
In April.
April, okay.
Yeah.
So the 13th?
That's a long time.
So some of the questions that were brought up was that we have the FDOT, and that we want to evaluate the overall traffic. So the way today concurrency works, you only evaluate the surrounding, the actual site, but we do want to go back to the consultant to ask them to review the traffic light, and we want to check with.
I'm going to lose a tenant.
So that is something that we
Sir,
are going to
please.
do, because we do need to address some of these concerns with the folks that live in Plantation,
Absolutely.
Windermere. So that is something that we do need to evaluate, and that is not something that a report that you turn away right away. So when that traffic signal was put in, there was a report that had to be done to show that was a failing intersection. We want to pull that report to see what that level of service was at that time, because now that it's been brought up, that's not typical during traffic concurrency anymore. The state threw that out about 10 years ago. But now that it's been raised at this meeting and raised at the LPA, we do need to address that for second reading.
So that would be April 13th is what we would be looking at. Who made the motion for approval? Was it?
I think that
It's not motion for approval, it's motion to transmit.
Transfer, forgive me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So,
Going
Commissioner
forward,
Clark?
could there be additions to that motion?
Other projects.
so it would be up to Commissioner Clark to augment her motion to move it forward
That's not to the next meeting, but
To the
to
13th.
at least
No,
90 days.
to the 13th
The 13th of April.
is from staff.
Which is my birthday.
Just to,
Well, you still have to show up, I'm sorry.
just to
We'll sing happy birthday to you.
Just a question, if I may. I understand all the things going on in the community that affected outside of our project for traffic, for sure. I do. I do believe Susan O'Rourke's company that we worked with locally can turn this around much quicker. My request would be that we set it for an earlier date. If we need to postpone it, it would give us a better target to push for. And then we always can postpone the second meeting. So if we could,
We have to rely on our staff.
I understand.
to handle
You
this.
follow what I'm saying?
Staff does have other projects that were in the queue, so we do
I'm
need
gonna
to
lose a
address those
tenant.
projects as well. So
I understand.
feel comfortable with this. This project has been in with the city for 2.5 years, trying to work with this applicant, trying to even bring them to this level. So we do need to make sure that we answer the questions and concerns that are raised by this board and by the residents.
Okay, look, let's work as fast as we can. I'm willing to help you any way I can.
Absolutely, we will.
And really would appreciate it. I want to try to get, my goal was to have them open for Thanksgiving.
Of course.
That was the goal. And,
We just have to make sure we do it right.
yeah, no, I definitely agree.
I have a
Commissioner
question
Joby?
for Jody. With so many other things, and one of the traffic impacts is the fact that they have a dual driveway, that the drive-through that they're looking for.
Right, so when-
Again, that's going to impact traffic also.
So when you evaluate traffic, and that's what their traffic consultant did, was evaluate the site. So they took the original permitted use with the two buildings that are on there. They looked at the traffic count based off the original approvals, and then they also looked at the traffic count based off the ITE. Like I said, that gets evaluated every 2 years, and the report gets sent out. So they're showing a 1% diminution on the site for traffic, and then they showed you how much is entering and exiting. The traffic, the way it is written, it's less impact. However, we do know sometimes that as they are seeing it on a daily basis, we do need to go further out to evaluate the traffic.
Forgive me.
Laura, may I make a comment? Real quick?
Sure.
I used to, before I became a franchisee, I was on the corporate side for a long time. I worked in development. The reason why a lot of restaurants are going to the double drive-through now, it's not that it adds more traffic to the sites. It's actually, it helps with the traffic flow on site.
Right, I understand the concept.
Gotcha.
Sometimes it doesn't work. That's the problem.
Yes. It just helps add more seconds so you don't have backups and everything. So
No, I
just
understand that's become very popular because you're deviating the traffic instead of one lane. But again, you now have increased how many people could be in those lanes. Potentially. Well, you hope.
I hope so, but I mean, unlikely. We're not a
Right.
Chick-fil-A.
Right. But I'm just saying, it does, in many cases, impact negatively instead of positively, which was the reason a lot of people are going to the 2-lane.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to see from Commissioner Clark is if you amended your motion and not had a date certain and just moved it to second reading, and then that gives staff time to do it, so they're not under pressure for a date certain.
I think I've already done that. I said that.
I believe I commented earlier, part of the city manager's job would be to put an item on the agenda. If staff surprises me and says, hey, it's ready next week, well then, okay. If they tell me it's not ready for 90 days, then it's not ready for 90 days.
So we're going to move it forward with no date certain.
Right. Can I just ask the clerk to reread? Because I think Commissioner Clark thinks that she added in.
No, I agreed with all the comments from George's request and from the city manager's request. The not the vice mayor, the former mayor, the seconder has not seconded, but I did agree that it would, whatever the date time frame would be based on staff, and I think even the applicant said maybe it's a too long a time, but we decided that staff needed the time.
And would the letter to Martin County for the FDOT to evaluate that light, would that be included in this motion or no?
I would take this discussion tonight, and based on the development director's comments during presentation, that's merited now. So
Okay.
I would say that we have direction to send that letter over to research the traffic.
Okay.
So I have moved to second reading, but originally I had April 13th. Are we no longer doing the April 13th with no date? Just move to second reading.
I would say it's moved to
when
second reading,
per staff.
and the manager will put it on the agenda when it's ready.
When we're ready. Do
you agree with that, Mr. Rich?
Was I the one who seconded?
Yes.
Think so.
Yes, I will second that amended motion.
Okay, looks like we have consensus. Any other comments?
Nope,
All
good.
right. So Mary, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Rich?
Yes.
Commissioner Giobi?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reed?
Yes.
Mayor Collins?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a break, please?
We're about to go into a shade meeting.
No.
No, it's
We're not
just-
going into a
just
shade
a
meeting.
We're not going into a
We're
shade
asking
meeting.
for
requesting
permission
a
to
shade
schedule one.
Very quick.
We're requesting.
Got it.
We're not going into one.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Commissioner Giobbe.
Hello, Laura.
Of dust.
Sorry.
All right, so let's bring up, Lee, would you read item
Yes.
14?
So this is a request for an attorney-client shade meeting pursuant to Florida statutes, section 286.011. The city commission may meet in private with the entity's attorney to discuss pending litigation to which the city is presently a party before a court, provided that the city attorney advises the commission at a public meeting that he desires advice concerning litigation. So in compliance with that statute, I put this on the agenda so I could request at the next at the next day of the regular commission meeting, that shortly before our regular commission meeting, that we have a attorney-client shade session. In the case, it's Polk Street Hotel, Inc. versus City of Stuart. It's pending in Martin County Circuit Court Appellate Division, and the case number is 2025 AP 00002AXMX. And I'm recommending, and I've already verified it with our outside counsel, Carrie Leininger, and I've already cleared it with her, and she's available if we could do that at 3:30 Monday, January 26, 2026. I don't think it'd be long. It's on a very, if you recall, this was a development order that was appealed to the circuit court. It's not a jury trial and all that, some of the cases that we've had recently. So I don't foresee a long period of time that's necessary, but I think you're all aware that there was an order by the judge, and so she would like to meet with us to give us our options.
Can I ask? Okay.
Sure, absolutely, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So when she's talking to us, is that going to be a pre-mediation?
No, it's no mediation. This is there's no mediation scheduled. This is not a trial. This was
There's no
a writ
settlement?
of cert based on a development order, and this is the hotel on US 1 by
Yes.
with the urban waterfront versus urban highway issue. And so the judge ruled, and I don't want to get into it, but what's the status? What are our options? And so it is being handled by our outside counsel, and Larry Leininger, who her firm is Williams, Leininger, and Cosby, and has represented us on other stuff. She's been here before on another appellate case, and she's a specialist in appellate law, and this was an appeal.
And this is the 31st of which month?
No, it's the.
No,
it's the
January 26th, so it would be the next,
meeting, but at 3 o'clock.
shortly before the meetings.
Instead of 4, we'd be at 3:30.
So we would do a shade meeting before we got started. And I think there's the CRA that day, and so it would be before the CRA.
Need a motion or a consensus?
Just discussion, right?
Yeah, I guess maybe a consensus. I don't necessarily need a motion. Everybody good with?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Everybody's good?
You good?
Okay.
Yule is good.
The statute just says I got to bring it up at a
Yep.
public meeting and get consensus, so we're good. All right.
Item 15.
This one's also mine. So pursuant to Section 26-21C of our Code of Ordinances, it specifically states that a magistrate shall be appointed and serve at the will of the City Commission, but shall be initially appointed for a term of not less than 2 years and shall serve thereafter at the will of the Commission, and shall serve until a successor is appointed or until the said magistrate may earlier resign or forfeit the appointment as provided above. A magistrate may be removed from office upon an affirmative vote of majority of the City Commission members for any reason except to influence the outcome of any matter which shall come before the magistrate. So here we had appointed Paul Nicoletti as our magistrate, and 2 years has elapsed. And then I also received correspondence from him where he was resigning as our primary magistrate effective at the beginning of this year. We did have a magistrate hearing scheduled this month, but we've canceled it and postponed any matters to the next month in February so that we could replace him with a primary magistrate, and we could have alternate backups. So previously it was Paul Nicoletti was the primary, and Mr. Lashley and Ms. Torsivia were alternates. Unfortunately, even though they were appointed as alternates, we never had the need to use them, because our magistrates are typically only once a month, and it's probably a few hours on that day. I've confirmed with both our current alternates, Ms. Torsivia and Mr. Lashley, whether they're willing to be the primary or continue as an alternate, and they both were. Ms. Torsivia is, and also previously you had approved via resolution an hourly rate to our magistrates at $200 an hour.
That hasn't been amended since 2019, is that right?
Well, it was approved again in 2024. So when we added the current backups.
We haven't increased it since.
Yeah, and I don't know how long, I didn't go back further to see what the hourly rate was then, but Mr. Lashley is willing to do it at an hourly rate at $375 an hour, $375 an hour, and Ms. Torsivia is willing to continue to do it at the $200 an hour. Mr. Nicoletti, even as a backup, he is willing to do it at $400 per hour. So I would suggest that we...
375. Oh, Nicoletti was 4.
Yeah, Mr. Nicoletti is $400, Mr. Lashley is $375, and Ms. Torsivia is willing to continue to do it at the $200 per hour.
Gemma is good.
How about Ms. Werb?
I'm sorry, what?
When this two-year term is over?
Ms. Werb, I believe she moved to North Carolina, and she's not, she hasn't been our backup or an alternative for quite a while, not since I've been here.
That was in the agenda packet for background information.
Lee, do you mind describing the relationship Mr. Lashley has to past magistrates? As you
We've had a prior magistrate in the past, and I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, Tom Baird, right? Okay. Tom Baird was a several years ago, was a magistrate or a backup magistrate at some point. And Mr. Lashley, is my understanding, he works under him at the same firm. So there was that connection. And then Ms. Torsivia, her dad is Glenn Torsivia, who has a law firm that specializes in local government. And
He does the training.
and so I was Ruth Holmes' previous boss before she came here. So another active law firm in the area that does local government law. And same with Mr. Lashley's.
Yeah, and I know she has a lot of other local governments.
But to be
that she
clear,
represents.
Ms. Torsivia does not, she's not an attorney for the Torsivia firm.
Correct. I was just pointing out that she has a connection, just like Mr. Lashley has a connection. He works for a previous magistrate here in a firm that's involved in local
Ms.
government.
Holmes remains of counsel for the firm of Torsivia.
Right, but
just I'm clear.
Gemma Torsivia does not work for her dad's firm. Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So I was going to make a case for Mr. Lashley. I know he's a bit more expensive here, but I do like that he is a part of a larger established firm, even though I know Ms. Torsivia's lineage and, that larger firm there. On her own, she's in a smaller practice. I do like the caliber of Mr. Lashley as a result, even though he's a bit more expensive. And I do like that he has that, that lineage on his end too, where he's got that previous as well. So if you can't tell, I was favoring Mr. Lashley, but I'm curious what the other commissioners think.
I don't know much about Mr. Lashley. I know about Ms. Torsivia and her history with other communities, small towns like ours. And even with Mr. Lashley and Mr. Nicoletti at the 375 and the 400, I think that for the magistrate role, that's a lot. So I think that not just it's the least expensive. Yeah, I think so. So I think that Ms. Torsivia, even if we gave Ms. Torsivia more money, but because we haven't raised the rate has been this 200.
But she's willing to do it at 200.
And she's still willing to do it at that rate. And I think that it would be a good, she will still make a good effort, but.
I agree. She's very impressive. She has considerable experience. We're getting a lot for our money. And we're serving the taxpayer as well.
I know I'm dragging you into something other than your typical legal conversation, but in terms of rates,
Yeah, I mean,
there might be a lack of context on.
$200 is not
not a
a good
lot.
rate, today's rate.
It's obscenely cheap.
And we'd have to change the rate.
I was getting awarded in litigation 15 years ago, $275 an hour, $250 an hour.
we'd have to change the rate.
And I would agree that the rates, inflation has gone up significantly since then. And to put it in perspective, this position is once a month for a few hours.
Couple hours.
It's not going to be a significant difference, but unfortunately, I did not have, when I put in the agenda item, I did not put a resolution in because Mr. Nicoletti had not yet given me his letter, because we had put in the agenda item before then. So this is a D&D to discuss, but
What's the
I'll have to
total
come.
amount we paid Mr. Nicoletti last year?
I don't have that.
Nominal. This is not.
You
a
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if we're proposing doubling it,
He meets once a month.
Even if you wanted him now, he wants 450. I think.
no, but he,
The city manager's going to try and look it up.
but there's additional charges because he does research, and it's not just the time he's here that we're charged for, correct?
Right.
That's right.
All I would say is sometimes cheapest doesn't mean best, and I hate going there because you have two very qualified people. But
But she would still be an alternate.
yes,
Okay.
that's why I hate to even go there because I don't
Okay,
want
she'd be
to. I
an
don't want to say that.
Okay.
And are we going to change our rate then to our minimum
Yes.
rate be 375 as our minimum rate?
It would have to.
Because we'd have to change the,
Yeah, I would recommend that you give me direction. I'll come back next hearing with a resolution with an hourly rate, but I think the hourly rate should be consistent to whoever's doing it.
We're negotiating against ourselves.
Yes.
I'll do it for 200. No, we're paying you.
Okay.
Fine, whatever.
Are you looking for a motion from us or consensus?
Just, I think he needs to move forward. What does he do?
Right.
He's trying to answer my question.
You would pick one, and then we would put it on the next agenda for a resolution establishing that as the
Yeah.
primary
do it. Let's do
magistrate.
it.
Obviously, you know how I feel. How do you guys feel?
I'm fine.
With Mr. Lashley or Mr. Sivia? Which way you want to go?
We need to pick a primary and an alternate.
Right,
The one would be the one and the other the other.
right.
Do
So,
we need, don't we
Mr.
need a
Lassie.
motion for that?
Well, we need to direct the city manager to put it on for a motion for the next meeting.
Right now, I'm fishing for consensus.
Yes.
I would say Mr. Lashley for
getting
primary.
consensus.
I know I'm fishing. Mr. Lashley for primary, and then Mr. Sivia for backup.
I agree.
Okay,
Because at this
there's-
point,
Let me interject. So I think Commissioner Rich puts it in, we're going to have to come back with a resolution. Like I said, when I initially set up the agenda item, we still had Mr. Nicoletti. Our next magistrate is not until February, and then you guys can select the primary and alternate next agenda item with a resolution
okay,
and an hourly rate.
right.
And I'll have that in a resolution. Okay?
Yeah, and I'd
And
like
I
to
can
get that
have
done
my
because I think.
question answered by that
fill-in.
time also.
Right.
Thank you,
I will
Mr.
get that answered.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr. Interim City
attempting.
Manager.
Yes, thank you. But I'd like to get that settled because I think that Mr. Nicoletti's rate is a little high.
money is no object.
Well, we'll have a decision on January 26th, and our next magistrate, when's the magistrate scheduled next time? It's in February.
17th,
Yeah.
19th.
So we'll have 3 weeks after the next meeting before our first magistrate. And we will communicate with both of them to make sure they're available for the magistrate next month. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16.
Okay, this next item is myself and Roz, the future interim city manager. So tonight's agenda item, one of the, to start the process of the placement for a new permanent city manager. And so the items that we gathered from the last discussion that the commission had was, A, to come forward with an amended job description, modernized, cleaned up. We don't want geometry and trigonometry in the job description. And so, A, we're looking for the commission to give us direction that you are happy with the amended job description as it is, make any edits necessary.
I think it looks good.
And then also to look at the recruitment brochure and show what it is. And then basically there are blanks in that brochure to be filled in. And so any edits to the brochure if you wanted them. And then also direction on how long you want to advertise the position, how long you want to have it out on the open market. And some of the blanks that we'd have to fill in would be any edits to that job description or the brochure, and also the salary range to post, to advertise for the position as well. Should the commission successfully, give us direction tonight, our plan is to put that out on the wire tomorrow morning. And so whatever time duration you would have for the posting, the clock would start tomorrow.
So in my conversations with you, you had pointed out that 3 weeks was the typical time frame that we did this.
I believe that we were asked to use the city attorney's advertisement as a guideline, and that was 3 weeks.
Because I don't remember what we did with Ruth's position. We ended up going back out again.
Yes, we went back out for a second round.
But it was 2 rounds of 3. I'm sure you remember, right?
Which one?
With
Ruth.
The environmental attorney job, was it 3 weeks?
Yeah, there's 3 weeks.
And then we did another three-week round?
And then we had another 2 week, or it wasn't very long.
Yeah, we put it out for a shorter time the second
Yeah.
time, but that's...
Yep, okay. So that's what I think would be reasonable, since that's what we've done in the past and it's worked. In terms of salary range, I wanted to talk to everybody about this because the nature of the contract we've had with the manager in the past had it set up to where, as time moves forward with each year and with, it's not a cost of living increase truly, it's a rate adjustment, or how would you characterize what we do?
Roz, stop me when I'm wrong. The employment contracts that we have with the charter positions all include a basic clause that says this employee will be treated with the same benefits and privileges as any regular employee. And so that covers, you don't have to specifically outline the paid holidays that the city manager would get, or the city attorney or the environmental attorney. And so in that, when we do our budgeting process, when we budget any sort of rate adjustment or merit performance or something like that, typically the charter position employees participate in those same amounts. So in the past, when, say, per se, the city budgeted a 3% increase for non-union general employees, the manager and the city attorney would participate in that also.
So here was the point I was going to make, is if, with that being the case, what these positions get paid initially on paper versus what they actually get paid can be very dramatic, especially over time. So like I remember with Mike, maybe this is, I don't know if this is appropriate to go into, is it?
Salary ranges.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's public.
So initially, we had signed him at 225, but with those bumps, he would have been making 285 in actuality with the way that contract was set up. So the discussion I wanted to have with you guys was either, going one of two paths, right? You either need to, if that's going to be the case and we're going to continue that kind of contract, I'm not opposed to it, but the initial rate that you start off at needs to be lower. We wouldn't start off at a rate of like, we're talking about 230s and 240s and 250s, because I think that would balloon out of control. So you either need to have a lower rate, which I would say is, and this is just my opinion, you guys may have different ones, somewhere in that maybe 195 to 215 range, to make room for that over the years. And that may be very enticing for that manager, that the longer they're around and they're meeting their merit, that is there, or having a different type of arrangement where we remove that and have just a fixed salary that increases incrementally at a smaller rate. So if we're looking to pay them to 50, and that's truly what they're going to get paid, there would be less of that sort of back end, because we're also going to be paying, and contractually we do the vehicle allowance for like $500 a month. Like, there's a lot of these incentives that are in there. So
You're talking as if it's a first job and a first-time job. If somebody comes there with experience, we need to compensate them for their experience. So that 175 would be out of the water.
195 to
105, whatever, would be out of the water.
Right.
But I'd like to, and on that note, I'd like to just go back on the type of person that we're looking for. under where it says training and experience, I wonder if there should be language, I don't know if Lee put this together, if there should be language that says a minimum of a bachelor's degree. This looks like we've written this for somebody that we want to come in with a bachelor's degree at this 195 level or something, because it should say at least at a minimum, as opposed to saying that it's like they should have a bachelor's degree. I know that before it says a master's degree.
It does say minimum, it does imply a minimum of a bachelor's degree. and
Yeah,
the other
it's
is,
an implied minimum, I
and then
guess.
the other is desirable, if we can,
Because what, if we put, I think we're going to get a lot of people with bachelor's degrees coming in here, and in order to even get any knowledge, you need the master's, and to get any experience, you need that plus experience in order to do quality leadership and management.
I would not be interested in trying to mandate a master's degree if that's the direction you're going into.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. This would be minimum, but
Bachelor's is the minimum, and then desirable is, master's and. But I think you might block out somebody with a lot of municipal experience that doesn't have a master's degree, and
Right. I think that's.
and hopefully we have a lot of options to work through. And Vice Mayor?
I don't think there's a bachelor's degree for me being up here. I don't have one. I don't have a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, and I think I do a damn good job for the constituents I represent. I think I have more employees than anybody that sits up here on the dais. So what's the definition of success to you then at that point? I don't know.
I was about to say I have 300 right now, thank you.
Yeah, smoked. Jolie does compete with me. But that's my comment. I think I'm intelligent, and I don't think a higher education equates to intelligence or common sense.
Surely not common sense.
all right, well, I was just looking at the language that's written in there.
Have we done any comparables? I mean, there's this city size of municipality, people with experience in a municipality. Have we done any comparables?
Roz has.
I do.
Oh, okay, so she has those.
I do. So with the job description as a whole, Roz Strong, by the way, HR director for the city, went city or nation. Say it again. It's been a long day. Went statewide and looked at a lot of city manager job descriptions throughout. The vast majority declared a bachelor's degree with a master's preferred. There were some that had a master's, but the MBA and the MPA were listed as highly desirable.
Right.
And I do have market data on salary ranges, if that matters to you as well, if you'd like to know that. But this update, this job description is kind of funny, came about in about 2017. And we think, if my memory's right, it was due to a grant. We realized we didn't actually have a job description for the city manager. So we whipped something together pretty quickly, I admit it, and really didn't look at it much again. So this was a good opportunity to go back and really polish it. And I've tried to pay very close attention to what is spoken on the dais so that I could make sure that those things that seemed to be desired were included here. And there was some other comparable language that just looked better, it was more polished. So that's what I put in here. So that's where this came from. Was looking at what we need, how we've grown, how we've expanded with this job description. So can I talk about the market data, the salary data? Is that of interest?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So in the world of classification and compensation, classification being job titles, compensation being salaries, there is a lot of strategy involved in class and comp, and we've had a consultant work with us since 2018-ish, called PayPoint, and they established the benchmark comparables in this area. We have 11 of them. Fire and police have some different ones because they're just fire and police, and then utilities has some different ones because they're just utilities. So we have 11 comparables. They are, actually there are 10 total. Cocoa, City of Cocoa, City of Fort Pierce, Town of Jupiter, City of Okeechobee, City of Port St. Lucie.
So these would be competitive, not comparable.
So that's a great question. It's a combined, because we're so small. In our backyard are competitive, if you will.
Right.
And then we have the true comparable. Punta Gorda is a very close comparable to us in a lot of ways, whereas you think City of Port St. Lucie, huge, but they're right over there. So we're trading employees with these agencies. You know, they come and go. Punta Gorda, City of Titusville, City of Vero Beach, City of West Palm Beach, Martin County Board of County Commissioners, and St. Lucie County Board. So those are our comparables that are in our declared market basket. Only 4 of those are what we call full service. Only 4 of those, us included, has fire, police, utilities, recreation, full service. And to your point, Mayor, you made a very good point that there's a total compensation package that comes in these employment agreements. You'll see some salaries that are lower, but the whole compensation
Correct.
package can be much bigger. So as you mentioned, we could do a fixed salary, but not have automatic salary growth. There are all kinds of ways to write the agreement. That said, with the comparables, the average is $235,000. That's a base salary.
And that does not include bonuses or some of that back-end structure that we're talking about?
Correct. Most of them have car allowances and phone stipends and things like that, but
But what
some
I'm-
have deferred compensation
Right.
contributions that are significant. 7%, 10%, max allowed by law. They're all over the place. So the whole
Because it seems like that's something you can't really factor into these comparable numbers, and that's the difficulty in this number.
This 235 is base. What I requested was base only. Don't give me any frills, don't give me anything else. I just want base, and that's what that number is. Now, what's negotiated with an incoming can be anything lower than that. Anything lower. They may say, look, I'm good with 205. I'm good with whatever. It could be really, the negotiations is where that happens.
When we had hired Mike at that 225 number, it was because of his 30 years of experience that we were looking at that rate, and that was a couple of years ago, a few years ago.
Did we hire him at 225?
225.
That would, okay.
That's what I recall.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, it was a jump from David to Mike. Yeah.
Got
Plus
it.
a car allowance.
David was
Carlin's
like,
500.
190.
I think David was like 160.
He had started at like 160, but he had also had some COLAs and
Right.
some other stuff. So he left higher than what he started at also. But then, yes, Mike was a jump.
So we're going to be shopping outside, so I do think we should leave room for a range, but not be going right into,
The middle.
I'm hoping the rest of you feel the same way.
I like the range of 195 to 215. I'm sorry, Mayor, the 195 to 215 range was the base. And then, of course,
Correct.
we're dealing with the package. I mean, the city has a very nice package. I mean, there's benefits and all of that, retirement.
Again, to the point that by the time, last year Mike would have made 285. He would have walked away with 285. That would be like the highest paid person in Martin County. I mean, that's a significant salary with those back in. So if we're starting at 235, unless we're going to cap those incentives, I want us to just be very careful with how we manage this, because I wasn't paying as much attention 3 years ago.
But now, what is comparable with Punta Gorda and Titusville? Because they really match us in size and all of that.
They do, in many ways.
What is the base or with their
Punta Gorda
package?
base is 315.
Wow.
Sorry, my apologies. Sorry, 215. I was like, that's high. That was Port St. Lucie, sorry.
Country town.
My apologies. Punta Gorda is 215, and Titusville is 240.
Okay. And that was base, not no inclusion of benefits or anything.
Correct.
Yeah, and lots of times, like to what we're saying is sometimes you do the salary survey, they're like, here's the base, but then you don't know that they're also getting $80,000, the max, deferred compensation or something. Roz, also some of those have assistant
Thank you. for
managers and
mentioning-
assistant directors,
The
yes.
vast majority have assistants and deputies.
Yeah, we need to do that.
We don't have anything like
need
that.
that
So this
process
city
here.
manager is in the seat with directors versus a manager with an assistant or a deputy.
Yeah, we've discussed the succession planning, because I don't know, sometimes managers and interim managers just come and go, So we don't have anyone, that's been a criticism of us, is that we don't have good succession planning. And so I was saying earlier, it's good that Roz is going to take a ride on the merry-go-round. I think the more exposure that we get to your upper-level directors, the easier it is for you in the future to have people to rely on for these things. So
One of the closest we had was an assistant to the city
Right.
manager, which is like
Michelle
a
was
project
there.
manager, usually with a specialty.
Yeah.
Whether it's CRA or it's utilities or something, growth management, they're,
Yeah.
that can.
That's because Dave was on the way out and he was prepping his next step.
There are a
Sorry.
couple different ways it can be.
individual motivations don't negate good practices.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
it seems like the
so personally, you guys know where I'm coming from. I would like to see that 195 to 215 range if we're going to maintain the same type of structure in our agreement. And I'm open to whatever. your
I
thoughts
like
are.
that range. I know those real comparables are a little higher,
Mhm.
but, at first go-around, we'll see. I mean, I came from a small town, and actually our city manager didn't, I came from a small town, our city manager didn't even have a bachelor's. I think he had like an associate's, but he had experience in municipalities. So sometimes that's worth a little more.
Right.
What do you guys think?
I think the biggest thing is like you said, someone started at 2.25, and a couple years later they're making 285. That's I'm in the wrong business.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I don't get
They'll
that
just
either
call
unless I
up.
do my own.
But in
Well,
Didn't I
picking the
just hear
space-
sometime the cheapest isn't the best? Didn't I just hear that before?
Yeah, but that's a big difference in
So with this-
expenditure that we're talking about.
With this salary range, do we know what the package costs? Or we can manage the package?
What are you asking?
Well, in other words, this would be a base, 195 to 215.
It'll get
On
negotiated.
top of that, there's going to be a package.
It depends every
It's gonna be
year.
health, all of the things that are expected.
So it varies based on what the manager sets as the
Standard?
cost of living, but rate increase across staff. So, if it's 3%, 4%, 5%, 7%, 10%, whatever that increase is would be across.
Okay, but that's still not the package. I mean, the package is the medical, the
Well, right, yeah.
deferred comp, all of those things that are available.
And the $500 auto stipend.
Yeah, the
deferred
auto
comp.
What
allowance.
is would it be less expensive to give the city manager a car? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know the numbers.
No,
No? Okay.
probably not.
No, there's lots of accounting issues involved with that. You'd
Oh,
rather just
okay.
give them money and say, this
I didn't
goes
mean
towards
give 'em a
whatever
car.
you
You have
drive.
a car to use.
Now I'm putting on my finance hat. I have like
Right.
financial disclosures to do with that. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, I meant not give him the car, but basically let him use the car.
I got a question,
Right.
Roz. Who
And that
else-
usually becomes salary. I mean, that's part of your W-2 when you
He's
get it.
taxed on that, yeah.
Taxable.
Yes, he's taxed on it, so maybe someone might want to not add that to their tax. That's a negotiation piece, too. Yeah.
A vehicle allowance is taxed. It's not just pocketed money, it's taxable wage. It's
Yes,
just the
taxable
difference of letting them drive around a city vehicle that the city insures and the city reports and all that kind of stuff versus like, here's, a couple $100 a month to go towards your own personal car that you drive around rather than doing mileage reimbursements. I drove to New Smyrna myself, so rather than doing those kinds of things, like here's just money every month to offset your vehicle
Okay,
usage.
yeah, that makes sense.
I was just curious, like on who all gets vehicle allowances then? You have the city manager that had it.
City attorney.
City attorney. Is it
Yep.
just chartered positions?
Manager and attorney, that's it.
Manager and attorney.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Phone stipends are out there. They're $85 a month. And if you have a tablet, it's $115 a month. But that's for all salaried exempt employees. Most are at 85. City managers at
When you call me on Christmas Eve? Yeah, that's why.
We are 24/7.
Question. Okay. Thoughts, ideas? Are we comfortable with 195 to 215? Are we not? How do we feel?
Well, the market's,
advertise?
we'll know because when we put out it's considered an RFP, when we put out the job description, you are either going to have people apply for it or you're not. I mean, then we'll know.
Fair point. What do you think?
I mean, I would definitely cap it.
It is.
Yeah, it's capped on the range. And even then, it's going to get negotiated after the fact, isn't it? Once they're
Probably.
on, they just, based on,
Right.
that's where
Not
Lee
to
comes
exceed.
in and negotiates.
I mean, I've only done it once, but, you know, you give a range, I negotiate, you task me with negotiating, and, you know, we have the car allowance, the phone allowance, and tablet allowance, you know, those are extras,
And deferred comp.
and deferred comp.
Deferred
right.
comp,
You
that's
know.
the big one.
And that's based off experience and all that.
Mr. Interim City Manager, if he came in at that number, let's say 215, how many employees would be receiving higher compensation than himself or herself?
Currently today?
Yeah.
Only the city attorney
Okay.
today. If 215 was the number, the city attorney is the only person being paid. Sorry, he asked me. I don't, okay.
It's public knowledge.
I know it's public record.
Public knowledge.
It's me saying I'm fat and then you telling me I'm fat. It's different, okay? So
But you're not.
No, it's
Big boned.
yeah, I'm just big bone.
I like that one.
But yeah, no. Currently, it's only the city attorney.
Total package.
Well, he started off.
Well, the
He started at 190.
yeah, but I'm saying like regular employees like me, I don't have that package. The environmental attorney has a kind of negotiated package also, but Bruce's total compensation doesn't exceed the city attorney's currently. So for what you're suggesting and me imagining the package that would be done today, only the city attorney. Sorry than that.
Okay. Well, my personal opinion is I think we should go with this range and see how many people, you know.
Is there any other consensus? That's two of us. How do you,
I
how
don't
the
know.
rest of you
We
feel?
have to hear from the other commissioners.
I'm not opposed to the range, I just, yeah.
And then 3 weeks. Do you guys feel good about 3 weeks or no?
Well, it's after the holidays. I didn't want to do
Oh,
anything
you're
before
going
the
to put
holidays.
this out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would, yeah, Roz and I have discussed this, and I have the agenda meeting
Right.
calendar in front of me.
And I'm sure that
So
Roz and.
just so you understand, we're calling this the Fast and Furious.
Yes, sir.
So if we put it out tomorrow morning for the, and let's just say everyone agrees right now, 195, 215, and for 3 weeks, basically, we would have a deadline of receiving all applications by 5 p.m. on February 3rd. The interim city manager would have a placeholder on the 9th agenda already, because we wouldn't know who it was until 5 o'clock on the 3rd. So we'd take the rest of that week to throw out the people who forgot to sign their name or they're not U.S. citizens or something like that. So we would kind of do the once-over, make sure they're all legit, and on the 9th, we'd have an agenda item saying we received X number of applications. Should we receive enough acceptable applications that the commission would want to form the committee, paring down those to a short list, that's what would be on that February 9th. We would say, here's how many we got, and we would advertise at least 3 days for the special meeting of this committee that would be formed. And since we keep referencing our prior exercises, we had 1 commissioner, 2 staff members, and a member or so of the public, I think. So we would convene that committee to meet and shortlist the applications. If you really wanted to be aggressive and you weren't, superstitious, you could meet on Friday the 13th, which would give you 3 days advertisement and a day to meet to shortlist the applications. Again, the interim city manager would have an agenda placeholder on February 23rd. We could return with, here are the short list, and you would like to interview them. Again, advertise a special meeting. If everyone is available and agreeable, Friday, February 27th, you could meet and interview the applicants. And then again, the city manager would have a placeholder on the March 9th agenda to be filled in blanks, because we would know the answers, why I'm saying a placeholder. Our agenda deadlines basically have us say, put the agenda together 2 weeks before the meeting, we wouldn't have the answer. So you'd have to accept, and the public would have to accept that the published agenda has a blank in it sometimes. So We would then come forward on the 9th with, here is the successful applicant. That meeting would announce who the successful applicant is, give the city attorney so many days to negotiate that contract. We would know that the contract was good, and that if the league could negotiate that contract, and we know, then that person would know that they're good with the contract, even though it wouldn't be public yet. That person would then have 1, 2, almost 3 weeks to settle their affairs. And for the March 23rd meeting, you could be shaking hands with the new city manager.
Boom. What do you think?
If everything works fast. Now,
Which it will.
it could get quicker if only 4 or 5 people apply, then you don't even have to have that special committee to pare down and shortlist. You could actually shave another meeting and everything out of it, you know. So, I mean, there is room to make this quicker if that played out that way.
The last thing I wanted to bring up was moving to the city or within a mileage range within the city.
Yeah.
Is that historically in the contract or in this
So
job description?
actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the other thing I wanted to chat about. So in the recruitment brochure, prior language in here, we had 25 miles. But listening to prior conversations on the dais brought that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Living within city proper is probably a different discussion, but within 15 miles, that's Hobe Sound, White City, parts of Port St. Lucie, Palm City, yeah,
And we could always make an exception like we did for Dave.
yes.
But that does live there. Cool. That's all I
Correct.
was curious about.
So that was the other question that I had. Are you satisfied with the 15 mile, or would you like something
I
else?
think advertising that is good personally.
Okay. And we have the salary range, we've got the date, we're landing on 3 weeks, yeah?
Let's go.
Okay, that was the only things we had to fill
And
in.
it goes to ICMA and it goes out to everybody.
The pending interim city manager, what all are the instruments in which you plan to advertise this position?
So we use NeoGov, which is known as GovJobs out on the market, and it is very powerful, and it expands everywhere. And if anyone's registered with GovJobs, they put in their interest, and it'll ping you when a position comes up.
Is it something you have to put money into for ads or no?
Nope.
No, our software gives us access to that governmentjobs.com website. We're members of that. And I think Roz, the commissioner, had asked if we were going to advertise in ICMA.
It has to be paid for, right?
Yes, we have a membership, so we can do that. We also use places, some of the local professional, not local, but statewide professional organizations, the FPELRA, Florida Public Employer Labor Relations Association, the Florida Public HR Association, the Chambers of Commerce. We have about 15 different places that we push this out to.
Is there anywhere else that would be beneficial to advertise it to that you need us to approve a budget for or anything?
You approve an advertising budget
Okay.
every year for various things.
There's
I
nothing
think.
holding you back is what I'm trying to say, right?
No, tomorrow morning, there's nothing keeping us from putting this out tomorrow morning, other than Roz and I won't sleep tonight.
Right.
Good.
Do we take an ad out
commitment.
in our local newspaper? Does it help? Does it matter?
Yes, we actually do. We do put something in there.
Don't worry,
on the
it'll
website.
be in there. Don't worry.
Yeah, and it's on the website.
So
there.
we also have email groups that we can push out to. We have ICMA, FCCMA, Florida League of Cities, the Treasure Coast City and County Managers Association, the FPELRA, as I mentioned, FPHRA, NeoGov, and any other sites, like I said, Chamber of Commerce and others that we have memberships to that we can post.
We haven't. I don't think we need a motion. It's clear.
Okay.
Any other
So that
comments?
was a D&D item. You're directing staff to put out the thing. You agreed on that? We'll do it.
Anything else from you guys?
No, I'm good.
All right. Seeing no other
money for
Roz,
them.
anything else?
No, sir. Got
Thank
it.
Okay.
you, Roz.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other comments, the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.